It is a fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah. You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
We just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Effing melts. Know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know,
What's the point?
the point of SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
Mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
We just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Let me have my misery.
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
You got to run a promotion for everybody. The sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we just secured the bag.
But, you got to promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. It'll be a lot like my favorite movie. Time Con. It's so great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
the best guys, Tony Khan.
To keep themselves safe.
I look and see it's not just me.
Jeff, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown. I quit.
So many of us have stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise. We call this problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand, we won't fall. We're 1 and 1 for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense. But it makes
yes, of course.
But it makes booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, you would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling has always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
Yes! I look and see it's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see it's not just me.
Security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. We call this problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand, we won't fall. We're 1 and 1 for all. The Somebody's on the wall. We are the youth of wild. We call us trouble child. We spend our nights on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth of wild. We stand, we won't fall. We're 1-1 for all. Somebody's on the wall. We are the youth of wild. Let me get wild. Yeah!
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah!
No! Damn it, God! Yeah!
SDL. Two bad bitches, one hot track. B3 CCA bitch. Two bad bitches, one hot track. Hello, hello, hello. It's that B3 flow. You said you know me? I think you don't. My friends are rich and you're looking hella broke. With Matt, I'm the real rough rider. Can't keep up, my arms must be tired. Slow-mo, super villain, Zack Snyder. You talk shit, but I know you're a subscriber. DSL on our lips cause we're naughty. Hannah Montana acting like Miley. We can't stop cause we're the life of the party. Got your man squirming Scotty too haughty. SDL with a $sign ho. B3CCA with the 3 cause I'm cool. FaceTime, outside, say hi. Two bad bitches, one hot track. Haters on your grip, that's priceless. Haters on their pictures, that's wifeless. Diamonds in my mouth, I'm priceless. Always ready for a fight, come try us. You thought I'm a thotty, you thought wrong. Just a hottie with a body and a thong. You wanna fight? Let's get bloody like Carrie. I'm queen of the prom. SDL with a $sign ho. B3CCA with a 3 cause I'm cool. Top of the Indies now on top of the charts. We're spending our cash and breaking your hearts. Coral. Becca and SDL bitch. Me and Steph are the dream that's inception. FaceTime fast, off big money, say hi. Two bad bitches, one hot track. It's two bad bitches, one hot track. Two bad bitches, one hot track. B3CCA with the 3 cause I'm cool. Top of the Indies now on top of the charts. We're spending our cash and breaking your heart. Two bad bitches, one hot track.
No! Damn God, damn it!
Ladies and gentlemen, shit's about to hit the fan.
The system is broken. It was time for a revolution. We could be the wrestlers that we want to be.
We have our own stories. We make our own characters.
Different. That's what makes us elite.
I've been forced to vacate the AEW World Trios Championship.
Fun created a revolution.
Show days, super chaotic. A lot of times we get here and we don't know what we're doing till hours, minutes before we go out there.
There literally are, I think some weeks, 100 talents running around backstage.
At that point, it caught Tony Khan's ear, and he started thinking, maybe I want to do this, let's get together. And I guess the rest is history, right?
We're just getting started, but it's a great fight to start a great night.
Orange Cassidy in serious trouble.
This will be fun, right? I'm excited. Ready to go? Go to break.
Figured it out what works as a heel in the ring for me.
Austin's speeds are so bad.
Is it a break spot?
Not yet.
We need to build an army right now.
It was good. That's good match.
You thought everything looked okay? Yeah. I just feel like
you tonight.
That was big.
No! Damn God, damn it! We've seen this time and time again out of Jericho and Guevara.
That's awesome. That was great.
Ooh, what's happening, guys? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT Live Show.
I am your host. The fucking P is for pissed off, Phil Marks, and we're cussing already. How y'all do? Can I get a yee? How you guys doing today? How y'all doing tonight? A bunch of you guys in the chat. It's good to see ya. PWT Live Show 97. Good. I titled it correctly. Don't forget, guys, episode 98 is on Monday. Episode 99 is on Wednesday. Episode 100 is 1 week from tonight. You don't want to miss that show. It is the 100th show. It will be hilarious. We're going all out. The link's just getting thrown around like crazy, like poop on a Vince plane. And yeah, it's going to be a long one. We're going to watch Saturday Night Main Event. Or no, it's not that. Sorry, it's NXT, whatever the Vengeance Day. And then right after that, we're going to flip over to the All In show. If that's a thing. I know we're saying it'll be long, but it'll be like 2 hours if it's just a collision or whatever. So we're going to watch both no matter how late it goes. It's the 100th live show. You guys don't want to miss that. Yeah, I'll check in with chat in a minute. What else is I going to say? We have a ton of news to get to. We have a ton of news to get. I don't know what's next Saturday. Is it Revolution? I have no fucking clue. You guys told me that on Saturday it's both shows in a week for the 100th show. So we're watching AEW, we're watching WWE, NXT or whatever, both nights. Okay, we're going to go back to back. I don't think anybody else will do that either with you guys. So just be strapped in. You don't want to miss that one. How y'all doing? I hope you all are doing good. What else did I have to say? Okay, so the main channel, youtube.com/@prowrestletimes. It's where all of the long form content goes. It's where the replays of this show goes after it goes live here. And I know we have an audience that like never tune in live. And I know we have like three audiences. We have the live viewers and the ones that come in and out. We have the people who just like clips. And we have people who just like to listen to the long form stuff and they wait for the long form stuff. So I appreciate you all. However, we're at like 2 subs away from 1,700 on youtube.com/@prowrestletimes. Go and subscribe there. If you're not you don't even got to watch the videos on that shit. Just go and run that up. 2 of you guys, please. The other channel, Pro Wrestle Clips, we surpassed 5,800, soaring to 6K subscribers. So round of applause for you all before the show even gets started. Round of applause for you all. Just being goated, okay? Now we've got like 140 of you guys across both channels. As the show goes on, it'll be more and more and more. Run the likes up to 100, please, on the Clips channel. Patreon.com. I know you guys are sick of the plugs. I got to do this. Patreon.com/ Pro Wrestle Times, please. I have a big content dump coming. It's going to be awesome. I'm going to do stuff with some cool people on there too you aren't expecting. And I'm going to watch Ready to Rumble, the whole movie. Jimmy King is the best wrestler. So you guys can watch it with me. Things like that, okay? So make sure you check that out. Just if you want to support me, consider becoming a member or hit the like, hit the dislike, share it around. That's a free way to support. Okay, good. And if you're buying WWE merch, the fucking link below for the affiliate link helps you boy out. Okay, that's all my plugs. Get them out of the way. And then, of course, Ezra Gobert, super chats are welcome as well. If you have something that really needs to be said, we have a lot of news to get to here tonight. And so, yeah, I'm going to dive right in. Ezra Gobert for $5 says, ain't no party like a PWT party because a PWT party don't stop. Hey, ain't no party like a PWT party because a PWT party don't stop. I agree. So tonight, thank you, Ezra. Thank you very much. Good to see you here, pal. I'm going to check in with the rest of the chat before we do. I'm watching UFC. There's a brutal KO, and they're in Sydney, Australia, right? So, yeah, I'm watching UFC, and I'm watching Collision. Maybe I'll switch over to that, I guess. I'm not sure. And I'm pissed off. And no, it's not because the releases. In a bad mood, Phil, today. So we're going to go off on some shit. I'm going to go off on some shit. Let me check in with chat. 2K25 is looking good. Yeah, it's like 2K25 looking good. Yeah, it's like, dude, I gotta fucking we gotta set a super chat goal so I get one of the whatever the new Xbox. I'm gonna be the only one not playing that shit right now. GMG Gillis, Andrade and Britt Baker are together. Let's just wait before we jump the gun on that. You know, people thought Lana, what's her name? CJ Perry and Damian Priest were together. They're not. People think Caden Carter and Damian Priest are together. I don't think there's been anything official other than they just make a shitload of like TikToks together. So I don't know if it's confirmed, but tag me in something on X at prowrestletimes if you believe that that's true. If someone can find something about that. So much stuff broke today, and I have insight. It's funny too. Y'all remember the last episode I did with Yuzi? Go look under the comments of the clips of me and him just talking. So many people are mad. They're like, oh, this guy's just talking out of his ass. He doesn't know, blah, blah, blah. And he was just throwing out there, look, don't be shocked if a bunch of releases come because like this is what's being talked about, whatever, right? We allegedly, you know, we don't got to fucking qualify him, and nor is he sitting here like, oh, I'm breaking news here, Phil. Right? He's just here doing his thing, just talking shit, you know? And some of the names were brought up, like Sonya Deville. I brought her up, you know? She's getting paid more than what, because of the old regime, you know, than what I think. So things like that, just some insight. AOP, I think we talked about as well. Like, yeah, they're good, but where do they fit in this whole thing? And they're not even that good, really. But we'll talk about that more as we dive into it. Some of my faves, you know, like Isla Dawn. Oh, we're gonna get into it, but we got tons of other news as well. You guys can see I'm already into the WWE news because there's so much of it just out of nowhere, you know, out of complete and utter nowhere, which I thought it was going down after Mania. I thought they would just keep that tradition the same, you know, like let everybody have a chance to get that Mania paycheck but here's the thing. Well, it sucks for the people who are on 90 day shit. Because, well, no, actually it doesn't. It's perfect because we're about 100, like just under 100 days until Mania. So those shows like right before Mania, like those indies surrounding Mania and Vegas and stuff like that, those people will pop up and get big paydays and be a part of that stuff. Absolutely. So, yeah, let's dive into it. Let me just check with chat here. Where's the Britt Baker stuff though? I want to see. Is she really with Andrade? I just don't believe that. I just didn't see anything. Let's just pump the brakes and ride slow on that. Okay. So, which one is not like the other? That said, be careful of copyright claims and strikes using Jericho's and others. No, Claire, trust me. Bro, you talk to me about that shit, you know? I know what's up, trust me. Oh, dude got dropped with a head kick. Fucking amazing. Think about the releases. None of the yeah. Well, let's talk about it. Let's go through the fucking news. We'll start at the bottom, work our way up, right? A little sizzle to the steak. We'll circle back to some of the stuff I was talking about. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's put it together for let's see. So via the Nikki and Brie show, Nikki Bella teases that Brie Bella potentially also could be returning to the ring alongside her. She says, I've already seen the first week of being a little rusty and where I got to the third week, and it'll be really, really interesting to do all this. And hopefully Brie mode will be by my side soon. More on that to come. Yeah, they absolutely Jesus Christ. They absolutely need to have a duo comeback, right? And those tag titles are a thing, and we're going to talk about that a bit, right? They basically just said, yeah, fuck our tag division for women is what they've been doing. So we'll talk about that more in a bit, but they should win the women's tag titles, I think. You have no fucking teams, really. It only makes sense. So let them have a Legends run one time, and we know that they'll actually operate as a duo, whether Because if they just do singles runs, one's going to be in the other one's corner. What is the one thing they haven't done? Won those tag straps together. So you might as well just do that. And with what remains of those tag belts, maybe the Bellas can help get the CW to a 1 million rating or something like that. Who knows? But I'm down for Brie mode. Not that I want to see, especially after these cuts. Like, WWE's not just going to bring legends in to be on every show nightly and to take slots on WrestleMania and stuff like that. Not in the Triple H era. Things are much different, just like spring cleaning instead of after Mania cuts. Jim Ross says he spoke to Triple H after congratulating him on his induction into this year's WWE Hall of Fame. I talked a little bit about this with Megan the Impact, Megan Ambers, who is a journalist who came on PWT. We recorded a podcast that will be out tomorrow morning for you guys, which is amazing. And we talked a bit about this. She gave me her take, but JR said, I sent him a text the other day, King, congratulating him. And believe it or not, it was the day after the Rumble. He texted me back, by God. He doesn't forget those that have helped him along the way and those that he respects, and he's doing a great job, by God. So, yeah, Jim Ross hollering at Triple H, as it should be. So WWE and NFL have collaborated on a custom WWE championship for the Super Bowl this Sunday. What is the Super Bowl? It's like 39, right? Am I right about or 49? I forget. What Super Bowl is coming up? Super Bowl is coming up. I'm not good with the Roman numerals once you get to LIX and shit like that. So yeah, it is 59. I don't give a fuck. Chat will tell me it's 59. There you go. Thank you very much. And so, see, no shame. You just got to admit it. You don't pull a Meltzer. You don't go, well, actually, I studied Roman numerals. Yeah, in grade 2 for like a month, right? When you do XXX, I'm cool. When you go beyond that shit, it's like, whoa. So WWE and NFL have collaborated on a custom championship. Anyways, there's internal speculation that WWE will make an announcement about an announcement. We're announcing an announcement. That's very Tony Khan of WWE and the NFL there. I wonder if the Jaguars are involved in this. Tony got his fingers in it. No, I'll help design it. I know wrestling. This weekend regarding the city of New Orleans, Louisiana. So shout out Wrestle Votes with that one. Undertaker discusses the end of the streak with Bubba Ray Dudley and says that Brock Lesnar didn't need it. And we're going to listen to what he has to say. I fully agree. Although, with that being said, WrestleMania, speaking of XXX, WrestleMania 30 and New Orleans. Wow, what are the odds here, right? We're fucking, because I believe that one, was in New Orleans. So that was the Mania that I just threw on. I remember at the time, I think I saw people on Facebook or something were watching it, and I was like, it was an era, few years there where I was just dabbling in and out of WWE. I was like, God damn, I'm not really, I was more into watching shit online, like New Japan clips, if any, like looking up matches and, rewatching old shit and stuff during this era. But 30, I whipped it on WrestleMania, and I followed. Like, I knew what was going on. I was there for the, just all of the Brian stuff. I knew what was going on. I at least watched it on YouTube, or I kept up with it. Watch a Raw here or there, and it was really that WrestleMania 30 that got me so invested again in WWE, where I was like, fuck, man. Like, I couldn't get over when the night ended, just all the shit that happened. And I was like, fuck, dude, I got to just stay locked into WWE still. And then it really helped to reignite shit. And Brock winning, although I think was the worst call ever. It should have been Bray Wyatt, but to this day, or he just shouldn't have ever lost. That's the thing. Or he just shouldn't have ever lost. Could have even been a fuck finish. And then Brock gets the win at SummerSlam or whatever. But instead, they fucked around. Even Undertaker agrees to this day. It was old man Vince, pal. And apparently Vince would tell people, then who? Like, anyone who questioned him, he would say back, well, who, pal? Who could it be? It's like, Vince, did you forget how to build fucking stuff? Like, what are you talking about? Who could it be? Jesus Christ, you have everybody right there, you know, especially at that era. It's when NXT as well was really actually starting to produce people. You had fucking Shield, you had the Wyatt family, you had people coming through the pipeline. So anyways, I'm babbling about it because I'm passionate about this subject in particular, and we could debate if Undertaker losing was ever the right fucking move. And then especially because they just had Roman beat him again at another Mania, you know, it's such bullshit. But here's Undertaker's thoughts on it.
I didn't feel like Brock needed it, right? Brock was, you know, and people, you know, all the internet geniuses said,
Right.
Well, you know, he had lost this and he didn't do this and he didn't do that. He needed a win. Brock was an attraction all to himself by this time. Would it
Brock's
have helped?
Always an attraction all to himself.
Would it have helped Bray? Obviously, it would have helped Bray. Would it have skyrocketed Roman? Probably, if they'd have got
fans would have rejected it so hard.
That juice. But again, it wasn't my call. I questioned it. I said, and you know, the thing that was the most disturbing for me was like when I got to the building that day, I was going over.
You didn't exactly like the way it.
I didn't like the way it panned out.
Gotcha.
So he was going over the day of. We kind of know the stories, and then the knocked out stuff. Does everyone believe that, chat? Do you all believe the knocked out stuff, like he was really concussed and etc., or did they just add that to like still give Undertaker some mystique?
And we've heard the story. Yep,
yeah.
Yep.
So, you know, it's early afternoon in the Superdome. I'm in a room completely by myself, and the old man walks in, and you know that just doesn't happen.
Correct.
And as soon as I saw him, I knew right away. Okay, I know it's coming. And you know, I've said it a million times. Vince can sell ice to an Eskimo, and he can, right? But this time I questioned him. I was like, you know, I gave my points, and you know,
questioned him in what way? In a way you've never questioned
this
him
is what I'm fucking curious. Bubba asking the right questions here.
before?
Well,
did it come
Because
from?
when people tell stories about meeting with Vince, they never, because we think it's so crazy, but they never get into like the nuances of, okay, Vince can sell ice to an Eskimo. Like, I want to see a fucking transcript, word by word. Almost, I know we can never do it because we're not in the room, right? You want to be a fly in the wall in that room, but god damn, I want to see exactly like, well, what is he saying to you? What's his demeanor? Does his face get red when you challenge him? Are you scared to challenge him because you're going to get buried? There's just so many questions. Even Undertaker had to just accept this one, right? That's why this one's so intriguing.
A position of maybe a little bit of defiance, like, hey, boss, I don't think this is the right way to go.
Yeah, it was. I just wanted to make sure that he was sure, because through the buildup, it had gone back and forth. You know, it was like, okay, Brock's going over. No. Taker needs to keep this thing going for a little bit longer. So it had gone back and forth. I'd been home. We'd finished.
Damn, Phantom of the Bookmark Opera. But you guys get the point, right? You guys get the point. There was like 5 seconds left on that. But basically, yeah, even Vince not fully comfortable with it, seemingly, which that means if we had a time machine, it would have been better our way, Vince. But anyways, though, a number of WWE talent, allegedly, I don't know if I believe this at all, man. Think about this, too. Well, let me read this to you. This is from Fightful. They say a number of WWE talents spoken to are frustrated with their Def Rebel theme songs. Several talent have expressed unhappiness with the quality of their theme songs and have made attempts to get their previous songs back. Hold up. Since everyone tried to cancel fucking these guys, Def Rebel, like a year, what was it, 2 years ago, a year ago? Have any themes really been all that bad? That's what I'm wondering. Like, I can't even think of any. Even Jacob Fatu's is pretty good. What else have they made, right? The New Day's new shit is really good. I don't know if they made that, though. Who else? Like, Finn Balor's was the worst theme ever at the Rumble. His return theme, El Terrible. But That's the only one I can think of that's been bad since everyone gave them shit the last time. Right? So I don't even know if this is true. A bunch of people expressed unhappiness. Who are the several talent? Like, I hate when you just say that, you know? Anyone could just say that. Report. So the Royal Rumble 2025 is the most watched PLE of all time in WWE's history. Aaliyah accuses WWE 2K Games of reusing her likeness in a tweet that she deleted. So let's head over to Ringside News. I thought this was pretty funny. So Aaliyah, so a fan on Twitter pointed out that she's in the 2K games, calling her the queen of staying in the series. So in a now deleted tweet, Aaliyah responded saying that only slightly altering the character, but the core design still represents my likeness or identity as a choice. Ain't this what an entire AI debacle is about? What a time to be alive. And so there's this girl in the game, I guess, in the story mode that does look like. So also Aaliyah's name is Noof Al-Aribi. And hopefully I said that right. And she uses that name on the indies now. It's just her real name, right? And so there's this girl that looks awfully like her. However, I'll say this. It's very just like a generic diva. Just a very generic looking diva. I don't know. And it's not. Oh, here, I'll show you the picture. I don't know if I'm sharing. Yeah, let me share the right tab. Do you guys see that, chat? If you're watching on YouTube, if you're listening along, it looks very much like her. But if you're watching the show here, I mean, come on now. It looks a lot like her, but for her to be like, oh, the exact likeness and only slightly altering, that's what every wrestling game has done ever. Vampiros tried to go down this road of like, man, I'm the most searched and downloaded character in every WWE game, right? So here, I just got to share this again. So I don't know, man. It's a weird, you got to pick your battles, and it's good she deleted that because she also might have a thing where her fucking likeness still belongs to them for all we know, right? So moving along here, Real Charmel says today marks 20 years of being married to the man of my dreams, my soulmate. Let's see what it says. My partner, my best friend. Happy anniversary, Booker T. So there you go. And she looks like $1 million. So does fucking Booker. Congratulations to them, man. 20 years. That's crazy. So TKO Group CEO Ari Emanuel speaks on how WWE Raw landed on Netflix instead of other streaming platforms. It all started with NXT. And this is what I mean. CW got a steal of a deal. And I think WWE knows that. And what they did was under-promised, way over-delivered, and they're going to get a huge fucking deal for NXT next. Pun intended. So let's listen here to Ari Emanuel.
Streaming things. How does Netflix become the one that the WWE goes with? And
so I had a breakfast with Bella. We're talking about
who's Bella?
Bella. She runs all of content and programming underneath Ted Sarandos at Netflix.
Hey, Bella, you're doing a great job.
Bella.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Bella.
You're doing a great job. We here at the Pat Mac Show love what you've done.
We did a presentation to her, and then all of a sudden, it was first started talking about NXT actually, and then it just immediately moved to Raw. And
that's how hot NXT is. Yeah, Netflix, we want NXT. That was the first thing. And then it just jumped to Raw right away. Well, why don't we do the whole thing? Right? And you mean to tell me it's even comparable to the other, you guys know, the quote-unquote challenger brands?
Over Christmas a year and a half ago, or whatever, we're on a Zoom. It's all approved. We have to have a conversation with Ted Sarandos. He's in London seeing Stranger Things play. We get on the Zoom, Shapiro and I, right before Christmas and the Christmas holiday. He's there with his CFO. It all gets done. We hang up the phone. We do a jig.
Yeah, absolutely.
Damn, that's amazing. Shout out Pat McAfee. Shout out Ari Emanuel. Shout out Busted Open and Bubba as well. I forget if I mention them. Speaking of which, Undertaker reveals he had unbelievable anxiety for his match against Bray at 31, but Triple H came to me and said, "Don't forget who the fuck you are. I am the game, though. I'm the king of kings. You're just the dead guy. Don't forget, though." Anyways, Kevin Owens has re-signed with WWE. Now, this is so adorable, right? Because Kevin Owens tweeted it out himself, like in a joking manner, that he'd be signed for like 4 years, 300 or whatever days or whatever. And Fightful comes out, and there he's just saps all, as we confirmed, confirmed by us. It's as we had covered and all this shit. Like all this stuff, man. It's so funny. It's like, no, he tweeted it out. You don't get to take fucking credit for a tweet. It's like when Scott Hall died and sap underneath. He's like, Fightful confirmed he has passed away under WWE's post. It's so cringe. It's just, I don't know, man. If you guys fuck with that, good for you, but it's unbearably cringe to me. Kevin Owens, though, he'll be with WWE forever. He's not going anywhere. Oh, he's friends with the Bucks. Yeah, 20 years ago, and look who draws money and who doesn't. You know what I mean? He's not going over there to become a fucking laughing stock, right? Kevin Owens is dope because anything you could crash through ladders. You could get more hardcore in AEW. He doesn't want to. What he does, that is stand out. Ish. I was going to say standoffish, but that's not the right terminology. Stand out-ish isn't the right terminology either. He stands out rather because no one else is doing that shit. So if he goes there, who's he going to fight? Moxley. Okay, they both just brawl and use weapons and shit. So he's going to stay in WWE and make money hand over fist, and his ginormous son is a fan of Cena and all. Like, he's going to give up an opportunity to work Cena again or something. Like, come on, man. So Kai Cenat says he wants to see ISHO Speed versus Logan Paul, but Speed says he's done with WWE because he broke his neck, ribs, and couldn't walk for days.
Yeah, Speed versus Logan. I gotta see it. Bro, I'm not going back to WWE, bro. Why? Cause. Why? What you mean, why? I broke my damn neck. And I messed my rib cage up. I couldn't walk for 2 days. I couldn't walk for 2 damn days, bro.
That's pretty funny. So, yeah, he'll be back. They always come back. So, Dr. Chris Featherstone, PhD, we will circle back to that. Anyways, Jim Ross congratulates Triple H for going into the Hall of Fame. We covered that as well. Trish Stratus was training with Jody Threat from TNA for the WWE Royal Rumble. So see, they have TNA talents helping some legends sharpen their blades as well. People have access to the PC. They're all connected, working together now. This is a very, very good thing for pro wrestling. And yeah, let's watch this clip. This is via Wrestle Talk. Actually, this is from Trish Stratus, though. So I think it's her social media. Shout out Trish. She shouldn't have a problem with me.
On a Tuesday night, and there's a snowstorm happening. When
bud.
Calls, you come.
Fucking Canada, eh?
We're training on Saturday, right? Yeah.
Fucking Toronto, eh?
Keep going. Come on. Let's go. 4 laps. Yeah. She's lovely.
This is the very first appearance ever.
Yes. Best match was a cage match. So when you leave that impression, the thing in my mind was like, I don't want to get 60%. 100% I'm not going to do it, right? So
I think we should run it a few times just to get your body warmed up.
Yeah. I'm going to take my spin.
In chat, real professional eating on stream. Yeah, that's why I'm pissed off because I didn't eat before I came on stream. I'm like, fuck. I'm going to be like shaking from the caffeine intake, bro, Oh my God. And then the phantom bookmarks fucked us. Jesus Christ. I thought I fixed it too. I swear to God, I wasn't doing this earlier today. I was typing freely. It was so fun. Fuck's sakes. Anyways. And then it just so happens it's the button that removes bookmarks. It's my B button. Fucking Mac. I'm switching to Windows. Do you hear that, Mac? Are you listening to me? I'm switching to fucking PC. Anyway, sorry guys. So Jerry the King Lawler was at SmackDown. So guys, quick reviews. SmackDown, pretty good show. Nothing special. You know, we saw some people, I guess like KC2 as I call them, Katana and Kaden, they got switched over to SmackDown. They should steal that name. Yo, Triple H, KC2. Just fucking steal that name, bro. I'm giving it to you. They got moved over to SmackDown. Surprised one of them didn't get cut, or both of them, to be honest. What else? What else happened, man? TNA was banging. You know, Cora Jade is crossing over. What else was going on, man? There was NXT went down. Charlotte Flair checked out Julia Gulia. Charlotte Flair checked out Tiffany. I think that's the match you should make and have Tiffy go over on Charlotte. That's the fucking move. But I think Jake is right about the Charlotte Rhea thing. It just makes sense. It just makes sense, goddammit. You just do it one more time. Or their very last time isn't for a title, but it seems like third time's the charm, third women's title. Like they haven't battled it out for that world women's title. It just makes sense, right? But anyways, Jerry the King Lawler's here at SmackDown in Memphis. Let's play this clip. So just good to see him alive and kicking it and healthy and well, you know? Seth Rollins shoots on a couple people. He fucking buries AEW, kind of. Well, not kind of. He really does, and we're going to talk about it in a bit in the AEW news. But Cultaholic and Good Morning Football via them. Seth Rollins shares his feelings about Hulk Hogan being booed at the Raw Netflix debut. He says, "I'm all for people getting what they deserve. That's how I feel about Hulk Hogan getting booed. If you are getting booed by the masses, there's a reason for it. I don't know if Hulk fully understands the scope, but people get what they deserve, so I'm happy to see it. I love to see it. Look, I've said this before about the Hulkster. He's the guy that got me into this industry as far as love for professional wrestling." See, there you go. And that's where, you know, you can separate the two. Obviously, yes, fuck. Like, I'm not looking to see Hulk at fucking Manias anymore. I don't care. But yes, I want him old school Hulk in video games. Yes, I'm down with, you know, retro Hulk to help get things over, like using his highlights and stuff like that. I'm all for. He didn't Chris Benoit anyone, okay? Like, there's a whole other level here. But yeah, I don't want to see him shilling beer. That's cringe. You know, he's been so cringe. He's just drunk everywhere he goes. I converted to I solved my back problems, dude. I converted to Christianity and drink beer now, brother. You know, so I don't know what his whole deal is. Whatever. You know, Jim Cornette covers like his beach shop partners' conspiracy theories and shit. It's fucking hilarious. So Hulk's doing his thing. Let him do his thing, you know? But just go do your thing, bro. You don't need to be on the wrestling shows and stuff like that. However, I can separate the two and, like, yes, Hulkamania running wild. You know, I was a Hulkamaniac for sure. NWO Black and White. I'm going to remember all of that forever. I'm going to cherish it. But the dude, and he likes to separate a Terry Bollea's penis. Well, Terry Bollea is a dickhead. I don't know about his penis length, but he's a dickhead, you know? You know? So anyways, though, Seth Rollins continues to say, you know, I'll never take that away from him, what he's done for our business. I'll never take that away. But I do think there's some responsibility that needs to own up to that. He hasn't yet. I mean, he has, like, apologized publicly and shit. You know, he has, but it's always, you know, he goes on Booker T show and he's like, brother, that's what we were all calling each other. Back in the day, I would just call the brothers that. And it's like, okay, Hulk, you're not fucking helping your case. So, but he has apologized publicly, but it's just the sincerity of it. You know, it feels very Tessa Blanchard-y, where it's like, well, you know, brother, I know what I did wrong and da-da-da-da-da, but what have you really, like, shown other than just words, you know? Because the action, the apology should be louder than the fucking, as they say, right? Than the offense or whatever. But I don't know, man. I'm also not here to crucify the guy. You know, it's not like he shouldn't be allowed to have a job and stuff like that. I get it, right? Sell your beer. It's cool. I'll try it out one time, you know? But, yeah, I mean, just people have the right to boo you, but we also can't take away what he did, you know? But I do think there's some response. Yeah, maybe when he finally figures that out, maybe might be able to move on forward with our fans. So we'll see. Exactly. When Hulk figures that out, dude, it's on him. And once that happens, however he You know, because let's be honest, like DX did blackface and stuff, guys, and people forgive them because they understand, like, okay, they were working for a crazy dude. They're pushing the limits on TV. It was for an angle where race was sort of a subject matter. You know what I mean? So, and again, some people might go, no, that's not forgivable. Okay, and that's your prerogative to think that too. You know, but I think it's just the intent and the way things are done as well. And Hogan flat out was just being malicious with the way he said things and everything. So yeah, you have to be overly sincere for sure. You have to like understand why you fucked up. Not to shake my finger at Hogan. Anyways, let's move along from that. So WWE has plans to move. I just harp on it a little bit though, just to go back because I like that Seth also added that in there though. Like, yes, we all grew up Hulkamania. It doesn't make you a bad person. You know, we don't co-sign what everyone fucking does. I might not agree with everything Kevin Nash says or someone, you know, but anyways, WWE has plans to move Drew McIntyre to SmackDown and have him feud with Cody Rhodes in the future. So that's Wrestling Observer. We will fucking keep a close eye on that. I'm not sure if that's true or not, though. You know, so we'll keep a close eye on that, but it seems to be the case. He was moved to SmackDown. So it's easy for Meltzer to say this shit after the fact, right? So Vince Russo, Ben Hameen, and Steven Richards talk about iShow Speed and WWE inflating numbers, right? So not to diss on fucking old timers here, but it's like, Vince Russo, you're just, I think I quote tweeted this and said, this just in, Vince Russo discovers like what carny and kayfabing is, you know? It's like, yeah, they work the fucking numbers. They always have. It's pro wrestling. Are you... like it's such an old man thing to harp on that still. And sorry, my old folks in the chat, love you guys, but it's just such an old, even when Tony does it, you can go back, rewind. Your boy Phil's one of the only people going, who cares? Congrats. Yeah, they did 81,000. Now I'm hearing everywhere from people who were there that it wasn't even close to that. And they know because they've been there when there's 90,000 people at Wembley and shit. But that aside, it's pro wrestling. You know, Andre the Giant stood on the milk crate. We got to fucking work the gimmick, Jack. I'm okay with that. I'm okay when Tony does it. I'm okay when carnies are going to carny, right? I'm not going to get hung up on that. It's just funny that Russo gets so hung up like we covered last time. He's like, Jay Uso's entrance, bro. The people don't want it, bro. And then Jay Uso, every time he does his entrance now, everyone starts fucking going one more time and they hit the music again and they start fucking yeeting again because they want it and everyone, it's just an entrance. Okay, but it's the it factor. It's just sometimes people are just over and that's what we love. Again, bringing it back to Hulk. Imagine, you know, people mad at Jay winning the Rumble and going to WrestleMania. Imagine stopping Hulk's momentum because Tatanka was on a good streak his first year and was over with the fans. You know, like real talk, man. Imagine you have a guy that's so over they just want to see his entrance. He doesn't even have to wrestle. And instead of fucking, and then just cut his legs out from under him because what? You want Jacob Fatu to win already when he can win next year? He could win the year after. He could win the year after. You want Braun Breaker to win when he's the IC champ and he's fucking in his 20s right now. You know what I mean? Mark! This shit drives me insane, right? You got to just yeet it out. It's yeet a main. But anyways, here's, you know, Vince Russo. Oh, they work the numbers, bro. It's like, yeah, we know. Didn't you work there, you fucking idiot?
They themselves. So that iShow Speed fucking kid that never should be allowed.
He got 250. That fucking iShow fucking Speed fucking kid, man. Yeah, what about it? Got 250,000 or more than that. It got 250 million rather views on social media, you know?
55 billion hits, man. Oh, not 55 billion. Well, dude, Disco puts that over to us right there. Last night, up comes the graphic, 300 million. So we're just.
But here's the thing. Yes, they rounded up high, but here's the thing, bro. When they announced it's 255 million, okay, by the time Raw went on air, would it be hard to think there's another tens of millions that could have seen it since then? Just in fairness, like give or take. That seems completely reasonable. So to me, this is so cringe.
And then Triple H goes 70,000 people. Graphic underneath them, 65,000 people. So you're telling me they're not skewing fucking numbers left and right, bro? Like,
yes, they've done it since the beginning of time. We know that. No one's telling you that. And if you're a wacko in the IWC and you're like, no, they work numbers. Tony does it. Vince does. It's a fucking carny business. Okay.
Did you guys see Hogan on McAfee?
A little bit clips here and there.
Bro, Hogan said the clip of them booing Hogan. Hogan said it got 11 billion views. Billion. I can't believe Disco buys into whatever freaking number they want to throw in. But I can't even have an argument with the guy.
5.9 million to start, down to 2.2 million in 4 weeks on Netflix. But these guys are getting, and then the clips on YouTube were getting 45 million to 75 million. Now a 250 million. Not just kidding, a third of a billion in the same fucking day. Like, I don't know how.
Because it's iShowSpeed's fucking stuff. Yeah, I don't know how this. Yeah, you're old as shit. Why doesn't Steven Richards speak up and go, yeah, you understand it was on iShowSpeed's fucking thing that they're talking about? It got all those impressions, right? Like his TikTok, his fucking Instagram reel, all that shit. They combine all of that, you know? And yes, the ratings declining. We've talked about that already. I'm not going to harp on that again. But at the same token, I don't know. They're not working. If they're just working every number, why don't they work the Netflix number as well? You know, it's so weird when people in the business, like a Vince Russo, we covered this too. Dave Meltzer's like, it's preposterous to call Penta one of the best luchas in the world. It's like, yeah, they're kayfabing, bro. They're fucking, they're carny and they're trying to get him over. What did we all forget about wrestling? It's a work, you fucks. You know that, right? Holy shit.
Workers get worked.
Workers get worked. You think the fucking wrestlers don't know that the numbers are a work in some ways? Jesus Christ.
Stand it.
Oh my God.
If the worker is working towards getting some work.
Yeah, they're going to be in Vegas, or something's going to be in Vegas. They were promoting yesterday. Yeah.
Mania, yes, but
something's gonna be in Vegas. They were promote. You mean WrestleMania? You old son of a bitch! Fix those fucking glasses. Jesus Christ! Where's Mrs. Siat? She's missing me. Roast Russo here.
This is what I say is, if you're getting 255 to 300 million views, you are the most marketable person on the planet who could go to any Fortune 500 company. iShowSpeed should be hawking cell phones.
He is. Are these people fucking kidding me? Holy shit. They are hawking shit, bro. They get, yes. Oh, you're the most marketable guy in the world. Yeah. Do you not get it? This is like when Dana White says, Power Slap has more social media impressions than every sport combined. Even he's carny in it because there's no real way to fucking add that all up and quantify it. You get some idea of it, right? But it's like Power Slap. A Power Slap, some of these guys have 100 million views on them, them slapping a dude and KOing them. They can't just walk up and start hawking cell phones, bro. Going viral isn't even a thing really anymore. It is, but it's for obscure things like Hawk Tua and shit. It's not for it's way different now. And it's so saturated. This is just old as fuck conversation right here. This old fucking dudes who don't understand this shit. iShowSpeed should be able to walk in anywhere and market anything. He is. He does do that. That's why he's in WWE, guy. What the fuck you talking about? The kid's rich, like Richie Rich, you know? These streamers are, I don't think these dudes understand how big the streaming audiences are. You know? Holy fuck, man. This is nutty shit.
Beer, condoms, skateboards.
And again, beer, condoms, skateboards. Yeah, they don't want to do that, right? They don't just start hawking shit like that because that's what you did in the 80s when there wasn't the internet. People would jump all over your ass if you just started hawking beer and condoms and cigarettes. Okay, people would be like, "You're a piece of shit." so he doesn't do that. Does this guy not realize like Mr. Beast exists? Does he not know the numbers Mr. Beast pulls in? Right? If they had him get speared on fucking Raw, the same shit would happen. It would get hundreds of millions of views. Right?
Give a fuck whatever it is. Those numbers are not real. They never will be. And none of them even understand who it is whatsoever. And for IShow Speed, tuck your chin, kid.
Wow, that was very cringy. That was one of the cringiest things I think we've ever watched on the show. You know, when people are like, okay, boomer, that's it right there in a fucking summed up. Right there. Anyways, moving along. It's crazy. They don't know what the fuck they were just talking about there.
They may have effed themselves.
So we talked about this before. Why the fuck would anybody pay SRS or Fightful for this level of reporting? So, again, look at this. Jesus, we're phantom fucking button press driving me insane. Driving me nuts, as Brendan Shaw would say. Okay, so look at this. Like, here's what Kevin Owens tweets out. If you guys help support my daughter's Girl Scout troop by buying some cookies, I promise to keep wrestling for at least 4 years, 11 months, and 22 days more. Confirming the day and everything. So then retroactively, Sapp is like, it was all but confirmed, but Fightful Select spoke with sources close to the situation who confirmed that Kevin Owens did sign a new deal with WWE that started at the WWE Royal Rumble. More details for subscribers. So you have more. So he just comes in. This is the grift, right? Kevin Owens just says what happened. And he goes, well, it was all but confirmed, right? But we spoke with sources close to it after he just said it happened. So now that he signed a new deal, if you pay and your subscribers will give you the details on it that no one else has, even though we didn't have any fucking details, we would have confirmed it because, as Kevin Owens says, it happened days ago. It was all but confirmed. And now we have what details do you fucking have? Well, it's 5 years and they expect he'll work in a top program some more. Like, what are you talking about? So it was like he obviously didn't just sign for 4 years, 11 months, 22 days. He signed at the Rumble. So now you have the deets. It's so silly. You can't just come in and do that. Can't just come in and do that, dude. And then get mad at people who question your fucking your reporting and stuff like that, right? Can't get mad at them. Like, this is real. Just creep in. And we have the details. If you pay us, I have the extra details that not even Kevin Owens had about his own deal. It's like, fuck out of here. Okay. So we're going to get to the releases, guys. Don't worry. Creative has begun putting plans in motion for Ava to be featured more prominently on TV and have merchandise and character ties alluding to The Rock's final boss persona. So I'm okay with that. You know? She's doing a decent job, I would say, on NXT. Right? She's gotten a lot better. And that's what NXT's for, is developing. So she's gotten better at speaking and stuff like that. And her look is good. And she's been doing a good job as GM down there. And yeah, I'm down with it. More Ava, I guess. Female bloodline. Hello. So Tiffany Stratton, on the last show we covered Mandy Rose saying, Tiffany, that bitch, said my catchphrase, put some respect on my name. Right? And then fucking Tiffany responded to that. And I'm getting phantom bookmarked here. So I'm going to find it. Don't worry. Because I know we want to watch that clip there. But yeah, she like responded to that shit. Mandy Rose. Because it was a little ridiculous. It's like, you're not about to fucking, you know, say something ridiculous like this. So I'm going to share this screen instead. Can you guys see that? Boom. Okay, we'll play this clip.
Mandy Rose
I knew this conversation was
was
coming.
upset that you took her catchphrase.
Tiffany Stratton used my slogan.
Put some respect on my name.
This even used like the same kind of tone.
What's your thought on that?
Honestly, I think it's
What, dumb blonde? No, I'm fucking with you. Come on now, chat.
a little sad
Comedy show. Hey.
that she felt the need to go on her podcast and say something like that. But I wish her the best.
There you go. So I'm not saying Mandy Rose come back and steal a spot or anything, but I definitely am okay with them feuding and beefing and all of that. So moving along here, we're almost at the releases, but Vince Russo has alleged Ludwig Kaiser of purposely no-selling Penta's move on WWE Raw to bury Penta on Legion of Raw. Russo said, Cole's putting over the move, the arm breaker, bro. Kaiser comes back, bro, gets his heat back, walks all the way to the back, and did not sell it at all. Bro, I guarantee you this is what it is, bro. Kaiser is looking at everything I've done and every job I've ever done, and I've done it like a pro, bro. And I made everybody shine. And now you're going to bring this guy? Somebody's going to tell me Kaiser forgot to sell? No, bro. No. Listen, bro. No, listen. We've seen Kaiser sell. Kaiser knows how to sell, bro. This was Kaiser sending a message, and it buried Penta. I invented Stone Cold. Right? Here, we got my, here, I got to share this again. It stopped the sharing the audio. Okay, moving along. Fucking Russo's an idiot. I got nothing to say to that. I don't think Ludwig was no-selling anybody. Or maybe he did no-sell a little bit. Who knows? So here we go. Moving along. Here's Triple H, like, directing shit. Jey Uso's big win. So let's just watch a couple clips. These are very heartwarming.
That crowd behind him. Already doing it, man. LJ can bring his son in. He's in the Shield corner.
Tell him to bring his son in. He's in the Shield corner. That's what they call it. That's fucking dope.
LJ can bring his
The
son
fucking
in.
future Umaga right there, dude. The future Rikishi. You know what I mean? Bloodline 3.0 right there. Logan Paul talks about main eventing WrestleMania. He says, not main eventing it would be a disappointment to my family name. Let my ancestry down. My bloodline would no longer accept me. Dude, I had no idea. So we're almost so Uncle Howdy seemingly confirms that Alexa Bliss was the she that he was talking about way back in 2024. When she speaks, mountains should tremble. It's waiting for her. I can only open the door. She must choose to walk through. Uncle Howdy addresses she in 2025. Again, she. And it was glitching out during Alexa Bliss's stuff on SmackDown. So obviously she's going to like join the Wyatt Six like we had thought. And yeah, it is what it is. Now it's Phantom re-adding shit that I'm removing from my fucking bookmark. Anyways, Glitchcast. I don't know what the fuck's going on with all that. Here, I'm going to reopen the bookmarks. Let's see here. Let's see what made the cut and what didn't. As far as, okay, that can go. No, it's just re-adding. Fuck beings, huh? That is not good. Here, I'll fix it. Don't worry. Boom. Boom. No, it's glitched. Okay, so let's talk about releases, chat. What do you guys think about Alexa Bliss? I don't know. I'm going to check in with chat in a minute here before we do releases. So get them in. But yeah, so they're gonna team Alexa Bliss up with Wyatt Six again. I think that's okay. Husey was messaging me. He's like, bro, if they all got released, I wouldn't be shocked. But at the same time, you know, you have Alexa Bliss and Nikki Cross, and they could go for those tag titles. You know what I mean? How many likes are we at, chat? Are we at 100 yet? And I put a poll in the chat. I want to know what you guys think. Who would you not release if you were in WWE? Oh my God, dude. There's like well over 200 watching across both channels. Only 68 fucking likes. Oh my God. What the fuck? 250 plus watching across both channels. Are you guys kidding me?
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let me get wild. Yay!
Shame on you. I might play that shit again. Run those likes up to 100 on the Clips channel. My God. So we got releases here from the Federation, right? But let's scroll to the bottom. So Chris Featherstone is like, I've been informed that some WWE talents were caught off guard by the latest string of releases. No shit. Especially since some of them are recently on television or scheduled to receive more exposure. But then we hear the opposite from them and everybody who got fucking released, basically. So Featherstone's been fucking missing lately. He was good for like 2 days, and then he just started missing. So I did a podcast with Megan Ambers, right? She writes for bodyslam.net. She's on like 3 different fucking wrestling podcasts. Duke Hudson was also released, and nobody's talking about that. So he also got released, all right? Duke Hudson's bye-bye. No one's got him in their list. So early in the day, it was Cedric Alexander, Blair Davenport, Sonya Deville, Paul Ellering, AOP. And then later in the day, Isla Dawn also got her release. Giovani Vinci also got her release. No one's talking about Duke Hudson, who got his release. Cedric Alexander got his release. And we're going to react to all of them individually, and I'm going to try and provide some insight to some of these, hopefully, okay? So, let's start at the bottom. Cedric Alexander. So, good for him. I'm not sure if his... And here's the other thing, too. The 90 days for WWE is up right before WrestleMania. We all have to remember that. It's 90 days for some people. For some people, they can get active right away. Some people just weren't renewed, right? But WrestleMania is like just under 100 days away or 110 days away or something like that. So, yeah, they'll be able to show up at those shows surrounding Mania, which is good for them, man, because they're going to get big paydays. They're going to elevate those shows. It's only going to add more hype. They're going to pop up new names, new gear. You know, some of these people can go prove themselves. I mean, Sonya and Blair in TNA, a bunch of these people in TNA would be amazing. So let's start at the bottom. Cedric Alexander. And by the way, this is sad, but also none of these people. So, okay, the hack thing would be to say, and again, no offense to anybody who said this, but we all saw 10 million tweets of people being outraged about wrestlers they don't care about and never talked about. Meanwhile, your boy predicted some of these and even talked. I mean, Isla Dawn's gone. You guys know how much I love her. Like, love her. You know, I was saying build the fucking tag team division around her and Alba and the KC2, right? Anyways, though, not to jump ahead of myself, but the other hack thing would be to be like, to the boogie to be. I said a hip, up a hippie to the hip. It would be to say something like, oh, everyone's outraged about wrestlers they don't care. I saw a million tweets like that too. It's like, Guys, we get it. Can people just not react to shit? So I don't know. I put my tweet out there. I summated some of these. I wasn't shocked by a lot of these. Like, they're not being used. I'm surprised the whole Pure Fusion Collective wasn't released. I got to be honest. But Sonya is a name. If you guys go back, me and Husey were talking about this, and Husey was saying, don't be surprised if there's a lot of cuts coming up. Everyone got triggered under my comments. They're like, he's just talking shit. LOL, why would they cut Sonya? They just literally put her in a faction with, because I was saying that. Well, Sonya could go. She fits the description. We even theorized, we're like, watch like Miz, a name like that, maybe a Braun Strowman. What Husey was saying was, listen, it's a new regime. A lot of people are signing new deals. A lot of people who are still on these fucking deals that Vince had them on, where he signed them for a bunch of money so AEW wouldn't scoop them, or, you know, he was using them in a way that Triple H isn't going to use them. And they've proven that they can draw big houses and have Matthew McConaughey there if they put a fucking women's match in the main event and have Rey Mysterio and Dragon Lee team up. Like, WWE's just so hot right now. The only people they need is like Roman and Cody and shit. Like, if they were, and they don't even need Cody really, like they would still do good business if he were to leave tomorrow. However, fans would turn, if they just released Roman, we don't need Roman, and pulled like a power move, fans would be like, what the fuck? So I'm obviously not saying that, like, they do need some of these guys, right? But a lot of the people named here, they don't actually need them. Like, you need them more than WWE needs you. And that's unfortunate to say. And I love a lot of these fucking talents here. And it sucks that they might not be in games. Some of them are announced for the fucking video game and they got released, which is kind of crazy, you know? That being said, that's my thoughts on it. And this is going to happen. It's weird that WWE's not future endeavoring people. I used to put that over. I would say, yo, at least when they future endeavor you, there's hype around your name. Now it's the dirt sheets leaking it all out and shit, and people on their Instagrams. I think that is messy. That's very Tony Khan-ish. But it's also giving them, because a lot of people just want to tweet shit out. Oh, I'm fucking fired, or oh, I'm doing this. Meanwhile, if WWE doesn't announce shit and you don't leak it to the sheets and it doesn't get out to the sheets, or people are speculating, if they don't future endeavor you, that gives you a chance before they take you off the roster page and everything to like rebrand, reinvent, set up a secret debut, go dark on Twitter, like build up anticipation as well for that big pop when you show up at a fucking TNA show or whatever. And guys, remember this too, just because WWE's in a partnership with TNA doesn't mean TNA won't hire these people, right? There just won't be interested in, maybe Blair in like 3 years, maybe she's the most over thing in TNA and they go, fuck, you want another chance? And then she goes, no, fuck you, I'll go over here for more money or whatever. Right. But like Nick Nemeth isn't probably going to cross over ever with the WWE stuff. He was just there, you know? So anyways, let's go over each of these names, right? And I'll try and add some, hopefully, if I do have insight or just my opinion on things. Okay. So Cedric Alexander, they put him with Ashanti the Adonis. They put him with a couple different people. They just kiboshed it quickly. He was sort of being featured on NXT when Hurt Syndicate showed up in AEW. I'm happy for him. He's happy for himself, and Big Swole, who is his wife, is happy for him as well, as she tweeted out. And they should be, because Cedric Alexander is about to go make the most money he's ever made in AEW. He's about to win titles. He's about to be featured on TV prominently. Featured on TV using his name too. So Shelton Benjamin, Bobby Lashley, like name another faction where all the guys are going over and just get to use their real names. So Hurt Syndicate will be complete. I'm fucking down with it. I liked Hurt Syndicate in WWE. AEW is all ex-WWE at this point anyways, so might as well. And he can have his matches with Ricochet and do all the crazy shit he wants to do. And Cedric Alexander's a great wrestler. And I think he's going to work smart too. He's not going to go over there and just, you know, start going insane like he was doing on 205 Live. Like, he has nothing to prove. And he's about to go get a huge payday, and good for him, man. So he's excited. And we were sort of waiting for this one. And I even said it, yo, if I'm AEW, offer to buy him out of his contract, or WWE, just release him, man. Like, this is not a bad one. So if people are mad at this, well, he wasn't being used in NXT or WWE, so don't be mad at this one. It sucks. Yeah, Cedric's not going to be in the game or whatever. But he's where he should be. He's going to go get paid huge, and he's going to be featured. It's not like he's going over there and he's not going to be on TV. We know that Hurt Syndicate's on every show. They're all over every show, and they're winning belts. So they'll just go win the trios titles. You know, he'll win the TNT belt or some shit. That's good for him, man, because he deserves some of that. You know, he's a guy that people thought they should have did more with in WWE. He never got that shot. So here you go, man. I'm really down with it. And just gives them one more member, I guess, to beat up the Bumbleclaw clan, which I guess they're not ever going to do. Like the Mole was right. That's not the end game. And we're all like, clearly it's the end game, right? You have fucking MVP, and the Hurt Syndicate beat the shit out of these, like, wannabe American History X guys. No, that is not the fucking plan. So, amazing stuff. Let's see here. Blair Davenport. Now, again, I'm not shocked. They called her up. Was Vince still dabbling? I don't remember if Vince was still dabbling in WWE or not at the time that they called her up, but they called her up and they had no plans for her. They stuck her with Isla Dawn and Alba Fire, which I believe, right? So why not just leave that? Just call them the Coven or whatever the fuck. That might already be a faction name in wrestling, so maybe not that. Just Unholy Union or the Cauldron or some shit, and you just make them witch girls and just have them in a women's trio. I don't get why the fuck they didn't do that. That's silly to me. This guy fighting on UFC, his name's Colby Thickness. That's sick, dude. Undefeated as well. But anyways, I think they could have used her. Her work's good. It's decent. They had that little thing with Naomi, which really went nowhere and was kind of blah. And then they stuck her with Unholy Union, and then they all just disappeared from TV. I wouldn't be shocked if Alba Fire goes next, but she really did a lot as a single as well as a tag with Isla. But she did more as a single, I want to say, too. I don't know. If she gets released, don't be shocked. That's all I'll say. But obviously they have a plan for her, maybe in the Intercontinental division or something. Blair is a girl who, what's her name? B. Priestley or whatever. She was in AEW at the beginning, did her NXT thing, got called up, misused. Go to TNA. Just have a run. Chris Connors is always on here talking about, well, who's going to challenge Tessa and shit if Jordan leaves? They're fucked. Nay, sir. They have, a slew of challengers here. Blair Davenport could go and be top shit. And she could even team up with like Spitfire or whatever that team is, You could do them versus like a Tessa and whoever. And you could beat Blair with Tessa to keep getting her over and keep TNA strong. I'm not too shocked by this. This is one where it's like nobody can act that shocked by it. I get it if there's some like simps on X who like see pictures like this and are, no, not Blair, okay, I get it. But yeah, this isn't shocking. What would she have done? What were they using her for? They're just paying her for nothing. And we make the same criticism of AEW all the time. Sonya Deville. Now, this is one that I called like a while ago. So during, we were talking, I say Miz, but Hughesy's like, no, Miz is too famous and he's super rich. He'll just take a pay cut. And I've said it too. Miz is the type of guy, he'll work commentary. He'll be a manager. Miz is going to be a manager one day. He'll be doing commentary on NXT one day or something. Like, don't worry about the Miz so much. I know I keep throwing that out there, but I was throwing out names like Sonya or Braun Strowman. And the reason I say Sonya is because I know a lot of people aren't privy to this. But Sonya's making like bigger money because of like Vince had her signed to shit. She's like a Vince girl kind of, and maybe Triple H. I don't know so much about. I'm not sure. I'm sure their relationship is fine or whatever, but she's just getting paid more than what the level she's ever going to be used at again. You guys get what I'm saying? She's been around for a while. She's a vet. So there was and they like her so much. You got to remember, they like Sonya so much that when she got hurt or needed that time off, Vince is like, well, we'll make you a GM, pal. They don't just do that. think about the people they give the GM position to. They don't just really do that for anyone unless they see something in them or they're a legend or something, you know? So Sonya was kind of thrown into that role as well because she gets the business. Early on in PWT, you can hear myself and my old co-host talking about how good she is and over she is backstage and stuff because how good she is. Sonya really gets the business. She knows how to heel. She knows how to babyface. She's a real shooter, IRL. She can really fight. Her work isn't like the best ever, blow you away, but she can talk. She can tag. She can singles. She'll do the job. She doesn't have boo-boo face, right? She does the obscure house shows. Everything, okay, that they ask her. But she was getting paid more than what she's ever going to be used. Her contract was up. So not released as well. They just opted not to re-sign. And who knows? Maybe they offered her less money. We don't know. And maybe she rejected it. We don't know the details on that. But what we know is that this was she could show up in AEW on Wednesday. So if Tony Khan's smart, you do that. Except for, actually, no, that'd be dumb because what would happen? He would just forget about her. She'd get Camille. You have Megan Bain. So if you're smart, Tony, don't do that. You know, but he does the opposite. Anyways, Duke Hudson. So he's not on the list here. You just made the list. But Duke Hudson got silently released kind of like a week or something ago, okay? Not a lot of people knew about it. No one's really talking about it. I don't know what they're doing with Andre Chase. If anybody, I thought Andre Chase would get fucking released. Thea Hale now is just doing her own thing. Andre's doing his own thing. Duke, for some reason, they just didn't see it in him. Sorry, bud, you're gone. Like before a Ridge Holland or something. Crazy to me. However, again, if they just don't see the position, like Andre Chase sort of ran its role. They should have just called Chase U up to the main roster and then have them job and stuff. And I know people are saying, well, what about the whole Alpha Academy? I don't see them getting rid of them because they're popular. Otis is popular, and they need people to do jobs. So Otis can help get big guys over. Akira can lose to Carmelo, like we just saw, right? They need guys like that. So the American Academy or whatever, American Made, the sub faction, Chad's new faction, I don't see any of them going anywhere either. Now, maybe I'm wrong, but they just need people to job. You can't have everybody 50-50 booked and super strong all the time either. So I think that's why we're seeing people who are probably getting paid a little bit more than, and Blair, I think too, was a signee that they didn't want her going back to AEW type shit, you know? So I'm not saying they paid her out the wahoo, but her as well. I think she was getting a little bit more than we would expect, you know? Maybe I'm wrong on that. That's purely speculative on my end. Paul Ellering, good. There was rumors he got released already, that he was done with his time. Good. We don't need him on the road. He adds nothing to the Final Testament. I'm a fan, but like, bro, just pack it up, pack it in. Let me begin. Right? Like, bro, it's good. Just go home, enjoy the shit. You're a fucking legend. If you can still travel, do the cons, put them in the video games, show up and let the crowd clap for you. All that shit, but you're a legend. Just, you don't got to be doing this. Let Karrion and Scarlett are much more interesting on their own. My only qualms, though, is it would be sweet if we got like endings to these people the way Ricochet did, you know, the way Braun Breaker destroyed Ricochet, which they did because they knew Ricochet, how he was going to be used prominently in AEW. It would have been cool if like AOP got destroyed by Viking Raiders or something and made them look really strong or something like that. You know, you build up to some sort of whatever, but AOP. So they were released before, then they're trying to start their own fed. Then everyone backs out of this show that they're trying to put on, all these ex-WWE people. Then a bunch of those people get re-signed. They get re-signed. They show up. They're cool with Paul Ellering. They were cool in NXT. They just are green, and they're not needed right now. They're just not, unless they were on SmackDown, like running that tag division, and you had like the Viking Raiders as faces on one side as like your monster tag team and then on the other brand or whatever. And then just them and Ellering's cool. They should have just did that. They shouldn't have put them with the Final Testament. But ultimately, AOP, again, are guys that I think they get a little more scratch too. And this is not, I don't even think this is too much speculation. Like, there's demand for these guys. These AOP guys could go fucking fight MMA. The one dude, I forget, there's Occam and Razor. I'm sorry, I forget which one's which sometimes, but I believe Occam or whatever. Like, he'll get offers to go bare knuckle box and shit. I'm not saying he should go do that. Jack Gallagher has made a living out of that. I think he's undefeated in BKFC, actually, if you guys remember that guy. And then he tattied his body up after he got canceled. Bare knuckles like, yeah, we'll take him. Conor McGregor's here. Fuck it. Well, you know, but AOP though, yeah, they're just dudes that they don't really add too much. And I'm not shocked by this, and they're probably saving a good chunk of change by releasing them both, for sure. So there was more releases, so let's keep going. Sonya Deville, though, will be leaving WWE later this month. So PWI already had the scoop, like, listen, her contract later this month, and then it just came out today. She's done. So she was informed tonight that the company would not be renewing her current contract. Deville would be free and clear to perform anywhere. I could see her showing up in AEW. That's a name that I could see where she's just like, fuck it. Yeah, I'll go get the money. Like, whatever. I want to be on TV. Blair will definitely be back in AEW, but if I'm her, I go to WWE. So this is how we found out Isla Dawn's released. She goes, here for a good time, not for a long time. See you in 90. Now, Alba Fire's not released. It's so unfortunate. Now, you guys know how much I love Alba Fire and Isla Dawn, especially Isla Dawn. And I'm really fucking shocked. This is the one that shocked me, and I'm disappointed by this. And I'm more disappointed it's just one of them were released and not both. And this makes me think that they're bringing in Brie Bella too, because they're freeing up space, and they pretty much just fucked their whole tag team division right in the ear, dude. And I'm sitting here going, what the fuck? So Alba's going to be a single, probably compete for the IC title. If I had to guess, maybe US, I don't know. Or she just gets released too. KC2 go to SmackDown. I'm surprised they both didn't get fucking released, right? Over Isla Dawn and shit. What's the tag division? Bianca and Jade and Naomi, who are all always off doing single shit. Bianca's in the Elimination Chamber as a singles competitor. You guys know what I'm saying? What's the tag division? So we have KC2. We have fucking, who else? I'm trying to think. Bremo, that's who, guys, okay? I'm telling you right now. We have Naomi and Bianca, okay? They're off doing solo shit. I'm trying to really honestly think. Chat, help me out here. Who the fuck are we missing? Who are we missing? I've heard from lots of people, Sonya Deville requested her release to go to AEW. I love that Tone Hunter in the fucking pulling a Meltzer. But yeah, who's left? Lash and Jakara. Okay, right there. Thank you. So push the shit out of them. So Lash and Jakara, push the shit out of them. Although Lash has a solo run in her as well. Okay. I'm trying to think. Who else do we got? Nikki and Alexa are gonna tag. Okay. It's just weird. Maybe that's what they're looking at. Look, we're going to have Alexa and Nikki. We can't have another spooky witch tag team, Blair and Isla. Who do we see the most value in? Alba, because she is the best worker out of the three, in my opinion. She's the most well-rounded, although to me, Isla's the most eye-catching, charismatic. She understands the whole witch vibe thing and how to be like a real WWE diva, if you will, mixed with, because in these days you have to be a good wrestler and a diva. You have to know how to do both, you know? So she understands that aspect of it. So to me, I was just really shocked by this, but yeah, we'll see how far Alba Fire can take it. And yeah, we have a few tag teams, so maybe that's it. We named about 4 to 6. If the Bellas come back, that's like, 4 or 5. maybe that's enough. They say you need about 6 teams or 6 people in a division to have a division, right? So let's say you have a tag team division, you need 4 tag teams. One of them's like a jobber team that can eventually build up. One of them's like the mid team, and the other 2 are kind of your top teams, you know? And then if you have another team or 2 in there, okay, then you can sort of flesh out a division. That's same with singles as well. You have about 4 to 6 guys that are like, okay, the SmackDown 6, right? This is who we're going to build. They're the spinal cord of everything else. So we just named them right there, chat. So maybe that's enough, right? And you have so many ladies in NXT coming up, and you have all these teams, and maybe they keep Shayna and Zoe together, but I just fucking split them up, you know? So Giovani Vinci gets released. Now, he actually had fucking heat on him. Nope. Everybody's just like, oh man, why did you fucking release him? Why? I don't know. Right? I do know. Okay, he had heat on him. That's why he was separated from Imperium. Now, I don't know what it was. I don't know what happened, but something went down between him and Tiffy while Ludwig's dating Tiffy. Giovanni did some fuck shit.
Emotional damage.
And Gunther and Ludwig like wanted to beat the shit out of him. And when you go back and watch the beatdown of him, that there's some Ludwig's throwing some live rounds. Like we all talked about it. Like, damn, they just really beat his ass and gave him nothing back. Like Ludwig and Gunther just destroyed him. Ludwig just whooped him pillar to post. For real. That's half fucking and Rick Steiner. You know what I mean? That was a 3/4 shoot, brother. You know what I'm saying? And Vinci did some fuck shit. Now I don't know what it is. It involved Tiffy time. They didn't want to get rid of him. They moved him to SmackDown, gimmick change. Now this is all allegedly. I don't fucking know. But yeah, and then they tried it on TV. People kind of clowned it. People are still kind of hot at him. If you remember, Gunther starts showing up. Like people are showing up on both brands on SmackDown and Raw and shit like that. So Vinci's just gone because there's no real keeping them separate. Now maybe going into the Netflix era, there's a bigger, or now that we're in it, and seemingly after WrestleMania, they're going to really stick with the brands type shit is what they're kind of trying to get across. Again, so you could do it then, but what's the point? Just because if Tiffy's on one show and Tiffy's on fucking SmackDown all the time and she's the champ. Notice Vinci just disappeared when she started showing up and she like had that briefcase coming around and teasing that. That's all I'm saying. So he has legit heat and he'll go do good shit. And I don't want to just say he's a creep or whatever. I don't fucking know. Maybe what I just said is all fake and all just backstage rumors and innuendo. But that's, as Eric Cartman would say, that's not what we just heard. So, yeah, dude. Vinci, he's gonzo. Okay. And then the Good Brothers. I'm not surprised by this whatsoever. Now, these guys 100% were getting paid a fucking chunk of change. Y'all hear me? They are getting paid more than they should. But no, here's the thing. What, like, they're veterans to the game, so what someone should get paid isn't for me to fucking determine. So I'm Film S Marks here, right, guys? I'm Smarks. I'm a fucking Smark. I'm sitting here saying this like, you know, potato chip eater, couch sitting quarterback, whatever term you want to put it, Cheeto fingers, whatever. I don't really eat Cheetos, but you guys get what I'm saying for sure. If someone heard me say that who's in the business. However, I'm going to say it like for what they're being utilized. You guys get what I'm saying? They're getting paid so much money, but here's the thing. They stay in shape. They look good. They fucking work good. They never have a sloppy shit match. Carl Anderson's like in the best shape of his life sitting on the couch, and they do jobs for anyone. They'll go to NXT. They'll get anyone over. The Too Sweet shit's always over. They're always over wherever they go. They're going to go get jobs back in AEW once again. We all know that. That's not fucking new news or anything like that. They're going to get jobs in AEW. If not, TNA. Do you know what Scott D'Amore tweeted out, actually? He's like, let's go. They're really good friends with D'Amore. And D'Amore's okay paying them to be part-time. And these guys will take a pay cut, but I bet WWE's just like, look, we're doing AJ in this other direction. I would have loved to see like AJ and the Good Brothers maybe step up against like Tonga Loa and Tama Tonga, but don't be shocked if Tonga Loa gets released too. That guy can't stay healthy, man. Cannot stay healthy. And he got signed hurt and he was ready to retire already. So all I'm saying though is you guys know I love the Good Brothers. I'll never fucking hate on them. Too sweet for life, brother. And yeah, I mean, they're always prepared, they're always ready, and that's why they're the Good Brothers, right? This is one where I bet they're not sad. They're just like, well, it was a good ride. Shit, we each just made $250,000 or or more. Fucking doing what? Couple matches. Fucking ultimate workers. These guys get the business through and through, and they're consummate professionals, bro. They show up, they don't have fake tan leaking off their foreheads. They show up, they're tan, they're shredded, right? Luke Gallows too, he stays in the best shape. They brought their podcast back too. They get no fucking views. Good Brothers, hit me up and I'll help get you views, and we'll fucking blow that podcast up, man, because you guys are funny as shit. You got stories for days, Jesus. But yeah, shout them out, and they're going back to AEW. They're just gonna go lay in the cut there, dude. They just lay in the cut, get paid. You gotta respect that. That's the ultimate fucking, that's the ultimate goal when you get in the wrestling business, is to do the least amount of work and get paid the most amount of money, brother. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that was fucking WWE.
I don't know.
Shout out Julia Gulia. Let me check in with chat. I gotta check in with chat here as we do. PWT style here. And I'm just gonna pull up the next set of stuff to get to. It's weird because, yeah, never mind. Twitter algorithm suggesting me things that we're talking about on the show. It's like, follow Mr. Beast. It's like, what the fuck? I don't think it's ever suggested that. AEW news. How many of you are watching Collision? I'm gonna come check in with my colliders and just whoever else is watching Collision tonight, because I certainly am not. I got the UFC on, so we'll have to defer to you all. And let me share this tab here. Okay, you guys see that? Perfect. Let me check in with chat. Hopefully you guys like that segment, like that bit of insight as well. Let's see here. Nick Chivers says, yo, Phil, not wrestling related, just wanted to shout out Alt Jake after his Spurs got squashed 4-0 by my club Liverpool. There's always next year, bro. God damn it. Yeah, shout out the fucking, oh my God, the Phantom bookmarks. That is no good. Shout out the Liverpool. It was a great record. And shout out the Spurs, I guess. Is that like Major League Soccer you guys are talking about, or what? Soccer is really big in Canada too. I used to play it when I was young, but I'm just not really into it anymore, But shout out both you guys. Rabid Wolverines LC Killer 17 says, the people who got released, I want to say thank you for your service. Yeah, like they're a fucking oh, that's just funny. Those we've lost, like soldiers, we lose them all. You know what I mean? One by one. They eventually all come back. And even Indy Hartwell was quoted saying, like, don't count me out. I could still return to WWE. This isn't like the end for me. I could definitely return. Let me check in with chat, the polls in the chat. So I'm going to end this and I'm just going to see who you guys wouldn't have fucking released. Okay. As we get the likes up, there's over 200 watching, bro. Run the likes up on the clip channel, 200 on the clip channel. There we go. 105. Sorry. I was hating for no reason. Jericho really scared you guys straight, huh? So who would you not fire on the Clips channel? 45% said Blair Davenport. Wow. 34 said Sonya. 10 said Cedric. And then 9 said Authors of Pain. You guys are like, fuck the authors, right? Liverpool are in the English Premiership. Love Phil Pohl. George, the unused wrestlers get a free pass towards their catering. Soccer is in big places. What's up, Julia Gulia? God damn it. I'm cooking dinner and hear my name from the living room. Catching strays. Yeah, I can't remember what I said. That's a relief, at least. Okay, so chat's doing good. It's not soccer. It's football. It's fucking soccer, bro. Let's get real here. We speak English in America. No, just kidding. I'm a fucking Canuck, bro. We put U's and E's and extra L's in fucking words that aren't necessary either. So don't listen to what I have to say about that. We're just having a quick Perry Pack. We're getting into the AEW news. Don't worry, okay? Who here is actually watching Collision, though? Add to folder. Hopefully this works. Everything's glitching. Dude, I'm gonna smash this fucking keyboard on the air. I swear to God. You know? How's everyone doing though? We're checking in with chat. Everybody's good. Thumbs up. Brian Quee, First Mandito, thumbs up. People are watching Collision. You guys fill me in. I'm not trying to be. Is Bandito back though? Is that a thing? Yeah, UFC's too lit, bro. They're in Australia. This is like the real Australian show. There's been a bunch of knockouts and everything. Run those likes up, guys. Here, as I'm fucking hydrating and stuff. Make sure you motherfuckers go. If you're going to PWT shop, or pardon me, WWE shop, make sure you use that link below too when you guys buy some merch from WWE. If AEW had an affiliate link, I'd shill it hard too, but they don't do that shit. It's fucking dumb, man. It gets people hyped to like promote your stuff, and then it helps promote me with no extra cost. Why the fuck wouldn't people jump all over that? Come on, Tony Khan. So, Bandito versus the Bounty Hunter. Scott Demore just posted about the Good Brothers. Yeah, brother. Knack. Yes, I talked about that. They're definitely going there. Yeah, I have coffee here. I have a soda water as well. Sparkling lime flavor. Bandito's hurt again? No, you're lying. You're lying. Is his knee blown? Oh my God. Tell me right now, chat.
You what?
And didn't they tape it? Isn't this fucking taped?
You what?
Or is it live? I know it's live. Yeah, shit. I was going to say, if it's taped, why would they even fucking air it? Jesus Christ, it's blown again. His knee is blown. Oh my God, dude. Thank God, dude. He should have went. Because Tony can freeze his ass for years now, too, before he even got started, man. Oh, dude. Fuck beings. I'm going to tweet this out. I'm going to try to, at least. If the fucking phantom keyboard permits. I'm going to try and tweet out Bandito's hurt again. I want to see it, too. I'm going to look for it on X quickly, chat. So I know compelling radio. You guys like hearing and seeing me react to everything here. So let me fucking copy this link. Let's go over here. And I'm going to, I'm going to sling this out there. Bandito's hurt again. And people are all up in my DMs. I'm going to look here, guys. Sorry, it's no fucking... It's hard to get to them all, so I'm going to see here what people are saying. As well, I'm sure someone's sent it to me. Collision. Okay, we're going to post that. Boom. And then hopefully I don't open my DMs again on screen like I've fucking done 12 times on this fucking show. Oh, guys, go and subscribe to Jose the Assistant, our buddy, our pal. Go check out his, speaking of luchadors, he's going to do like AMAs and shit, I think, over on YouTube. So you get a lot of answers. Go over to his YouTube channel. I think it's just called Jose the Assistant. Hit subscribe for sure. And that was him DMing me, just saying hello to the PWT universe. So shout out Jose, who, by the way, is not a fucking stooge either. That guy really stands on his business, and I really respect that about him. Band-Aid Bandito, yeah, I hate to say it, he's a really good solid talent. He's too reckless. I'm looking for a clip of it, guys, off cam, so I apologize. I know that we're not like getting to the hot news you all want and deserve, right? I'm just trying to locate exactly. So, and yeah, we're going to talk about, we're in AEW news. I was going to say, we got stuff to talk about. Like, there's so much cope about, they never said Grand Slam would be a pay-per-view. Yes, they did. We fucking covered Tony Khan's own quote from his own chicken lips saying it's a fucking pay-per-view. We covered it on the last show. We're going to go over all this again, because y'all must have forgot. Okay, so what am I looking up? Bandito injury. Did anyone catch it on X, man? A bunch of fucking noobs aren't even watching this show. So 5 minutes ago, AEW's like, Bandito seems unfazed from his injury. Whatever. No one's posting it. Someone get a clip of it, please. PWT universe. Okay, back to fucking hot news over here. Okay. It is time for AEW news, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, StreamYard's being a bitch too tonight. It's just fun. This is a great fucking show. We got everybody all together at the same time now. Ichi-ni san. No, one more time. We fucked it up. Hold on. Phony Giovani, one more time. Ichi-ni san. Okay. So, Chris Jericho. Now, this is hilarious that he brought this up, and I brought it up on the last show because I was talking with my friend Grapple Vision, okay? You guys know that channel, one of the goatest channels in pro wrestling YouTube history, okay? In my opinion, some of the most compelling fucking content ever. And I'm chatting it up with my guy, and he's telling me stories. He's got stories for days, and he's telling me the story and the video he made about the real list, like who came up with it. He's telling me this a fucking day later or two later. And he has the video. So I ain't capping, okay? And I'm going to EFAP it and get the commentary with Grapple Vision. It's going to be amazing. And we're going to talk about this quote here, and we're going to talk about the whole Jericho list thing, because he made a video, like the truth behind the list. All of a sudden, Jericho's with CVV, and he's talking about the genius of the list and how he came up with it. Crazy. Because we were just talking about this, and I was putting the video over, and then Grapple Vision's telling me all this behind-the-scenes shit about it and how that video came to be, where the actual fucking list was invented by another guy, and it was sort of boosted. Like, we're not going to sit there and go thievery, but it was they saw someone else do this shit, right? And then it became a thing. Jimmy Jacobs didn't come up with the list. Jericho didn't either. And also, I do the list gag on the fucking show. So it's just amazing how this all sort of worked out. So anyways, Jericho names the catchphrase he was most surprised took off. And he says, "You just made the list." It is one that to this day people still talk about, and you never know what's going to get over and what's not. But to see that one, whereas to this day people still keep saying, "Put me on the list." Yeah, you just don't know what's going to work and what isn't. Just like being a band, you don't know what song is going to be a hit song and what song is not. Now that's true. However, Jericho, you just made the fucking list, dude.
You just made the list.
Because he didn't invent that. And yeah, we're going to get into that another show. Maybe it's a run-in. I don't know, right? It all depends on what my guy is up to. Okay. And hopefully he hops in the chat again at some point, maybe tonight. You guys see this? It's like unbookmarking shit for me. Like, this is fucking disturbing. Ooh, then up, I'm on the down with the sickness. So we're going to save that. Anyways, Jericho again addresses the Jericho Vortex criticisms. So Jericho says, I always love the concept of the Jericho Vortex and how nobody that works with me gets dragged down. Nobody that works with Jericho gets dragged down. What the fuck? Who has not been dragged down by Jericho is the better question, right, chat? Like, who worked with Jericho that's been elevated overall? So he goes, name one who's been dragged down. Well, where's Sammy Guevara, bud? Okay. Where's fucking, let's think about it. Where's, do you think, who is all in his group? Who is all in his group? Like Santana and Ortiz broke up, bro. And Ortiz is nowhere. And Santana had to leave the company. So maybe he was dragged down. Right? Maybe he goes, maybe afterwards they didn't go higher, but that's not up to me. They didn't go higher than what, though? You didn't elevate them. They just stagnated for the most part. I'm not in charge of booking the entire company. You're in charge of booking your shit. All I can do is influence the storylines that I work on. Yeah, no one's been elevated, and it's referred to as the Jericho Vortex. Where's Matt Menard and Cool Hand Ange or whatever? Are they fucking elevated? They're the same level or lower that they were when they were in NXT, bro. And they hurt dudes there. No, I was kidding. Aren't they the guys who like dropped, or was that the American Wolves? Some team like dropped the Ascension on their head or whatever during their NXT tryout. Anyways, everybody that I can think of who worked with me certainly went to a higher level. I did a year with MJF and look where he's at. Danny Garcia, Sammy Guevara. Sammy Guevara's not in a good spot. He's not allowed on the show. Danny Garcia is the laughing stock of fucking AEW. Daddy Magic last week comes off commentary and gets a big pop. Who do you think put him in that position? Jesus Christ. Now he's taking fucking credit for a Daddy Magic taste. Give me a Daddy Magic taste. Julia, you know what to do. Get me a fucking Daddy Magic taste sound for the soundboard. It's just sounds now. I don't say shit. The whole thing will be just soundboards of me talking. You know what I mean? But Jericho's just fucking delusional right now. So Jericho claims credit for top WWE stars earning $30 to $40 million a year. So now he's taking credit for the business he left to jump on this other
the best guys, Tony Khan.
Right? To make all this money. And then he wants to claim, he's in the kiddie pool. He wants to fucking claim ownership and claim responsibility or claim fucking that he made the tsunami that's WWE right now, you know, splashing in the kiddie pool. Fucking complete and utter bullshit. This is just, I don't know why he's intent on doing this. I think he's invested in AEW. We don't know, but that's what I've been conspiracy theorizing forever. That's why he's locked in for so long. And that's why he says this cope shit. There's no way the Jericho who jumped to New Japan when they were hot and then jumped to AEW when they're hot is going to sit here and pretend like he's the reason people in WWE. Come on, Jericho. You can't smell your own farts more than that. It's just so Vince Russo-y to fucking say that. You're not responsible for Roman getting the video game. Jericho's never been on the cover of a game, just himself. Correct me if I'm wrong. He shared the Shut Your Mouth cover with like 9 other dudes. Right? You're not Jericho, you never got a Air Jordan Nike fucking deal. Right? You've never had 70,000 plus in a no, just oh shit, I'm being petty now. But for real, it's totally ridiculous. Let's see here, moving along. So MJF is like looking forward to your thoughts on Dustin's demise this Wednesday on TBS. And MJF went off on Jimmy Corderas, completely cringe, had a fucking cringe meltdown. I think it's in the sicko segment. But yeah, they're doing Dustin Rhodes versus MJF. Okay. Here's my thoughts on it. All of Tony Khan's faces. So here it is. It's not in the sicko segment. So check this out. Like, speaking of MJF, he just has a fucking stage 5 melty on Jimmy Corderas. Right? So Jimmy Corderas tweets out, well, we'll go all the way back here, okay? Oh, did he delete it? Jimmy, don't delete it. It's because all these sickos attack him. Oh, good. Thank God it's not deleted. Because I was like, man, all these people jump on Jimmy all the time and call him a fucking grifter. Then MJF calls him a grifter. A grifter, bro. Now listen to this. So Jimmy Corderas tweets out, great job, MJF, of reminding your audience about the man who is on top in the other company. Alluding to, you know, he's having a promo battle with Dustin, and he brings up fucking Cody Rhodes. So MJF goes, his brother, my mentor, a guy who helped shape me early on in my career. Your old boss brainwashed you into believing we need to treat the fans like morons and pretend other wrestling companies don't exist. You dumb, ignorant, bald, grifting fuck. Respectfully. Here's the problem, though, MJF, and why you're a dumbass. Because your fucking boss, I think I wrote it down here. Yeah, I responded, and I got, look at that, 9K, 146 likes, didn't even get ratioed under his own shit. And I go, bro, your boss has convinced a bunch of empty-headed dumb fucks that Dustin's brother and your mentor, who shaped you early on, is the world champion of the Harvey Weinstein of pro wrestling. And you shout them out every second promo. Also, it's all anyone says to Dustin. It's unoriginal and trite. Bickety bat fucking cooked by Phil Marks, buddy. What's up? What's up? You know what I mean? And that's what I said, dude. Because it need to be said. And I don't care if fucking I get blocked for that shit. It's just like, dude. And usually I don't even go at wrestlers like that. You guys see it. I just read what they say. You don't see me under their shit. You don't see the phantom bookmarks unbooking and bookmarking it innumerable times. All scary like that on the right side of the screen. You don't see that every day. I didn't even bookmark it myself, I don't think. But for real, dude, it's so fucking cringe to then call also you bald grifting MJF. Kanicki wants his hair back, brother. The 50s call. Bro, those fucking Cabbage Patch hair plugs. Like, come on, dude. What are you talking about, man? Fucking ridiculous, bro. You know, it's just so disrespectful to people who came before. Even though I get it, Jimmy Corderas goes hard and he's just always burying AEW, right? But for instance, like, if Jimmy Corderas was grifting, he would fucking come on PWT and try and shill his shit. 100%. He'd have done it already, right? Like, it's something that's going to happen. He's going to come on PWT. I usually don't like to say that shit before, but we've been talking for a while. But he's, you know, he has shit going on. You know what I mean? And he does his ref and rants, and that's about it, right? He's a fucking legend. I used to watch this guy in Sportsnet giving his takes on wrestling, where I'm like, Jimmy's the only guy who gets it. You know what I mean? He's sitting there on the panel, fucking Jackie Redmond back in the day and stuff too. And it was like, this guy gets it still. You know, he's a legend ref, in my opinion. Corderas is one of the memorable ones. We can name a bunch of them. Little Nate, Nick Patrick, Earl Hebner. Corderas is one of them for me. Maybe it's because I'm Canadian. I don't know. But to call him a grifter, what's the grift, man? What's the grift? Is he making money? Like, where's he making money off of this, bro? Everyone just throws words around. You see people say like delusions of grandeur on X. They don't even know what the fuck that means, right? You see people throwing gaslight around or straw man or grifter, all these fucking buzzwords. No one even knows what they mean. Okay? I'm going to Google it right now. We'll just give you the fucking grifter definition. A person who engages in petty or small scale swindling. What is Jimmy Corderas? Where's the small scale swindling? What does he gain? Is WWE Shop selling Jimmy Corderas t-shirts like Aubrey Edwards shirts on AEW? Like, where's the grift, bruv? That's what's so silly, right? And so Jimmy Corderas responds, and I thought my response was solid too. Like, bro, your boss calls them Harvey Weinstein, and then you're putting them over every promo, and you're like, this guy was my mentor and this and this and that. Literally said that Dustin's brother is the world champ of fucking Weinstein land. And you're going to sit here and cope like that when he says, way to put over the other champion, my mentor, the guy that blah, blah, blah. You don't get it though, MJF. You don't get how people perceive this shit. And MJF also doesn't understand this. I could really go off on this guy, right? He doesn't understand, like, the perception of you's not good right now, bro. Hey, MJF, did you punch a locker room wall? Were you in the girls' bathroom this time when you punched the wall like an old 80s movie? Oh, this time when you got mad at Corderas? You know what I mean? Like, do we got to go there, bro? And, like, I'm just sticking up for Corderas because it's like he did this to Lufisto, right? Meanwhile, Lufisto was fucking right the whole time about everything she said, okay? And I don't know why I hit a fucking banjo for that, okay? But he did this to her as well. And yeah, I don't know, man. It's one thing to be like, yeah, I'm glad Hogan got booed, whatever, and then give a professional answer. It's a whole other thing to just accuse every person who came before you in the business of being a fucking grifter because it's cool to hate on AEW. I wish it wasn't right now, dude. I wish it wasn't. All of these takes are getting cold and trite. All of these fucking everything. It's like repetitive fucking nonsense, you know, at this point. I get it too. But then shit like this happens and we can't help but go, bro, you guys dropped this shirt. How, like, unaware, and it's all wrinkled in the picture. The fuck are you doing? You're going off on Corderas about a small criticism, and this is the problem. They go after these people who are vets. Like, Lufisto's a fucking vet in the business. You go after her. There's some younger people who are dumb as fuck on this app that we encounter all the time and we cover in our sicko segment, right? And they like they'll attack Corderas. Well, he's attacking us. He's attacking me. Do you feel attacked about the criticism, bro? About you, about a fair criticism to where he didn't go, oh, you fucking, you balding idiot steroid using fuck who punches girls' bathroom locker room walls and scares females. And so you have to apologize to everyone. Right? Did he go there? Do I gotta go? Like, it's crazy. Why the fuck do you gotta go there? So stupid, man. Especially when he's like, good job fucking shouting out the other company's champion. The criticism, MJF, is that everyone does that. Okay? Even this whole legend killer thing you're doing right now. Jeff Jarrett, and then Dustin, and then who's next, right? I'm surprised you didn't retire Daniels, for fuck's sakes. I'm surprised they didn't think of that. Actually, we'll time cop it. We'll do time cop. Phil, that's a great idea. It's great. We'll time cop. And then we'll actually do that. Hologram. We'll transport us back to 2 Saturdays ago. And MJF will be dead. You know what I'm saying, bro? It's just fucking weird. I'm sorry. I don't mean to go off. I'm a grump today, though. I'm in a bad fucking mood. So Jimmy Corderas goes, thank you for your eloquent reply. Still being like, chill, man. Not even being gross. Max is doing this gross thing. And then the sicko dumb fucks go, he's our scumbag. And then nobody gets over because you're supposed to be a heel, but they're cheering you. And they're down with this. Right? Anyways, so Jimmy says, thank you for your eloquent reply. By the way, Maxwell, I learned from veterans of the locker room, many of them your peers. So he's telling them, dude, I learned from veterans. We didn't have Twitter back then. I'm a veteran. Maybe listen to me. I learned from veterans in the locker room, many of them your peers, including Cody, Eddie, Taker, HBK, Cope, etc. Enjoy our little chat. Have a wonderful night. And then Maxwell responds, great. You want me to name everyone I've rubbed shoulders with? Max.
You what?
Max.
You fucking Mark!
Max, I know you're in Happy Gilmore too, bro. But listen, man. Corderas was responsible for like calling the finishes of these matches. He was in there when like real shit happened and stuff, bro. Oh my God. In an era where everyone was more over than you'll ever fucking be in this business. And you're just like, oh, rubbed shoulders. Like he didn't ride up and down the roads. Plane ride from hells with these. I'm not saying, I don't know if he was on it, but come on. He was in. You think he hasn't seen Vince take a clothesline in a bar? I, again, don't know that for sure. But listen, man, like for real, bro. A guy who like, was he even the greatest ref of all time? No, but a dude who did analyst shit too. This is what I got to stress to you guys. He did analyst shit on Sportsnet for a long fucking time. It's not like this is his first time. Oh, he's just grifting, jumping on the hot take train. No, he started using Twitter more. Everyone discovers it at a different time, MJF, Jesus Christ. But he goes, all those men you named are some of the all-time greats. Doubt they would waste their time spewing absolute nonsense. Hey, MJF, doubt they would waste their time, THEIR. There, and there, motherfucker. Again, you're talking shit and you look dumb fucking doing it. Doubt they would waste their time. You mean THEIR, grammar police Phil? Grammar spell check Phil over here? Because that's what you forced me to do because you're going low and you're going at low-hanging fruit, right? When you would have the same haircut as Corderas if you didn't go to fucking Spain or wherever you went to get the... right? Tony didn't send you on a private plane to fucking Germany or wherever they put that shit on your head. You've had a hell of a career. Just stop grifting. Well, what's the grift? Define grift. Oh, wait, I just did it for you. What do you mean, the grift? What are you talking about? What is he grifting? I don't even understand. Jimmy Corderas doesn't even have a blue check. He's not even monetized for talking shit. MJF on Twitter. Where's the fucking grift? How is it a grift? How is it grifting to talk shit and be honest about something to where people conceive it as talking shit and to where you won't get a job with the money mark who's handing out paychecks? When if Corderas went there and was like, yeah, let's stick it to the Fed, Tony would hire him as a ref in 1 second. Where's the grift? Grifting is like small, petty scam. What's the... Tony Khan's way easier to scam. Where's the grift in that? It's grifting to like blow Tony Khan and be like, oh yeah, everything's great over here and this is amazing, and patting him on the back when shit is not all right. At least as far as the level of shit him and Dave Meltzer and everybody talked, and you're talking, you don't even stack up to fucking TNA MLW, bud. Might as well have stayed in MLW. At least you'd be in the fucking ID program or something right now. Right? So where's the fucking grift? You've had a hell of a career. Just stop grifting. Grifting what? Himself out of money by poking at the fucking guy who's handing out money? You're just off, bro. Your butt hurt over his fucking comments. You guys are... Someone's telling y'all, don't take criticism. They're all just old grifters, man. Don't listen to the old grifters. It's just cool to hate on AEW. We're actually killing it, bro. That's called coping, and that's grifting. Because you guys are patting him, Tony, on the back, and you're all clicking up, and you're not going, we need to fucking get a ship that's headed in one direction. Okay? And you're all just telling him it's all right to get the fucking check, dude. You're telling him it's all good so you get time off so you can go be in fucking Adam Sandler movies. And that's fine. But don't go there, man. Fucking ridiculous. I just went off on MJF. Holy shit. I'm a big fan of his too. That's the problem. I'm a big fan of that guy. Here we go. So Jim Ross again. He told and we got Jim Ross news here. Jim Cornette news here. This is other hilarious stuff that people know if you follow Tony Khan. He's given interviews where he said, "Oh, I listen to Jim Cornette and about what to do, and I listen to all the old, I study." Him and Dave we're study buddies, right? And so Jim Ross told Kenny MCITR, shout him out last week, that Cornette is a brilliant guy, King. I'm sorry he had so many demands in his contract. So he revealed that Jim Cornette had a bunch of demands in his contract. So he's refuting the fact that, what Jim Cornette said, "Oh, if you do it with these guys, I'm not going to fucking do it." Right? He's refuting that and saying, no, Cornette had so many demands that he didn't sign with AEW and book the shows. He was going to be the booker, for Christ's sakes. He didn't want to travel. He didn't want to sit on a plane. If I owned a territory, I'd do all I can to hire him. So there you go. Apparently he had too much demands. He wanted to work from home and shit. I mean, I get it, but at the same time, well, why don't you just hire him and consult him? Why couldn't you have done that? Yeah, if Jim Ross even finishes it by saying, if I owned a territory, I'd do all I can to hire him. Exactly. Like, have him on as a consultant. But I'm leaning more Jim's way. This is all believable, but I don't think it's too many demands. I think it is legit. I bet you Tony would have let him work from home. He let Ace Steel work from home and shit. Produce the shows from home, bro. He let him literally do that. So I think it did boil down to Cornette going, well, fuck, we can't do it with these guys. I won't do it with these guys.
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
That's my belief, anyways. Okay? So this spurned off of, as well, this story. And I've got fucking $2 internet going here tonight, chat. I don't know. It's at StreamYard. It's fucking everything up all the time. So Jimmy Jacobs says he and Tony Khan would spend hours driving to shows, talking wrestling, Khan's vision for AEW, and listening to Jim Cornette podcasts. And Jimmy says we would drive for hours from one show to the next. And Tony Khan would always be there talking about wrestling and his vision for AEW and just soaking in everything. It was a chance to really bond over the things that matter, like how we want to shape the future of wrestling. Tony and I would listen to Jim Cornette's podcast during those drives, and it became a thing. Sometimes we'd agree, sometimes we disagree, but what was most important was the passion behind what Cornette said. It was always about respecting the history of wrestling and understanding what makes the business work. So what the fuck happened? Okay? What the fuck happened to where they lost the plot on this? What the fuck happened to where this isn't the case anymore? And Tony Khan is not doing what's best for the business. What happened where he stopped listening to Cornette? Okay? People got in his fucking ear, and that's all it is. And I'll just leave it to that. And Cody left. Cody Rhodes, when he left, booking all went to shit. And you saw it start to go to shit when like near the end there, and Cody was doing all that crazy shit, and they're saying the Cody Vortex, and the crowd's booing him and shit. Well, we saw what happened. And yeah, that all happened. Jesus, this one. Okay, I'm seeing something off screen here. There's a whole other bookmark that hopefully will stay in my bookmarks because it's fucking around here. So hopefully it stays in the bookmarks. Here, let's add it to the AEW folder. Yes, we'll add it there. Okay. So, let's share this tab instead. So, okay, guys, moving along here. Let's see what else. We got tons, man. We got tons. So the Young Bucks has blocked me. We covered that on the last show. Okay. A little update. I'm going to save that in there. A little trophy. No, I don't, when people block me, I'm not like, oh, I own them. That's cringe too. But I just, I think it's funny. So yeah, Jimmy Jacobs just reveals that him and Tony Khan would listen to fucking Jim Cornette all the time. So what happened, right? I respond to MJF again. I quote tweet this and I go, when he does this, this is actually before I responded to him. Right. And the only reason I screen grabbed is because I wanted to get the whole context in for this quote tweet. And I go, when he does this, it always backfires. LOL. 80% of everything MJF has done in AEW is callbacks to WWE. Even this whole Legend Killer tour he's doing. His boss has brainwashed a bunch of empty-headed dumb fucks that his mentor who shaped him early works for the Harvey Weinstein of pro wrestling. And that's why it comes across cringe as fuck. Something to think about. So there you go. I don't know. I went off on MJF. I love you again, bro. Bandito in-ring return set for Collision. Apparently he blew his knee out again. Speedy recovery. We love you, bud. And good luck. You're stuck there for a grip now. Dynamite ratings on TBS were essentially the same as last week. Dynamite averaged 605K viewers. No change. With a 0.17 in the fucking key demo. No change. Per Programming Insider, it was the number 5 show on cable. Of course, Meltzer would go, it was number 2 behind everything besides news. It's like, well, there's like 5 different news shows on tonight. Well, it doesn't matter because it's all news.
Guys, Tony
so
Khan.
news always. All right. So let's see. As always, these numbers do not include the Max simulcast. PWI is claiming it does. That it does include Max when they're saying these numbers. Year over year, Dynamite was down 25%, and the rating was down 39%. So people like trying to clown WWE for their decline in Raw viewership and shit. It's like, and I know it's not to make a whataboutism, but the AEW sickos you see doing that. It's like, no. Look at what's going on here, Jesus Christ, this won't remove from bookmarks, pissing me off. So here's the thing. Here is Ospreay being cringe as fuck. Here's Bruv being cringe as fuck. Triple H lives rent-free in these motherfuckers' minds, man. It's all they talk about. They obsess. It's all they can think about. Triple H's thought says, when you're afraid of the grind, so you behave passive-aggressively in front of a few dozen fans to feel better about yourself. Exactly, man. Doing this for fucking likes with the super geeks, man. This is so fucking cringe. Triple H lives rent-free. Okay, and let's see what this is all about. They had a guy come out to Triple H's music and everything, and they call him Triple H. And they have him come out to Triple H's music, his Titantron, right? And they're like, or they don't have a Titantron, but you guys get it. Like they're playing the video of them. They do have a screen back there or whatever. And then fucking this guy comes out looking like a bum, making fun of Triple H. Lives like Cody Rhodes wasn't even, I mean, he smashed the throne and all that, but at least he's a Rhodes. At least wrestling has more than one royal family. Like, you're just scared of the grind, and you're fucking so mad that Triple H called you out for being a fucking clown shoes. I quote tweeted it and I was like, Stephanie McMahon hits a better pedigree than that. I've seen Steph hit a better fucking hit a better thing than that, dude. You guys are hearing that. Yeah, fucking StreamYard. Moving along. Yeah, this is the grind right here. Wrestling some fucking schlub trying to make fun of a guy that has outdrawn you tenfold. Yeah, these people are fuck. It's so cringe, man. It's so cringe. This is like huckster level cringe stuff, and the fact they can't see that, I mean, it's just such an L. Let's see here. Let's see if we'll remove this one. There we go. At it again. No, big fail. Elijah, FKA Elias, has signed with ROH AEW, so he's with the righteous. Good for them and good for him. He'll hopefully make some money. And yeah, it's a good pairing for him he can like play them to the ring. So another big piece of news that no one's talking about, there was a firing in AEW and like nobody's talking about it. So Bear Boulder, this human piece of shit scumbag motherfucker, 330 plus pound man. Well, he got arrested for battery and arrest, right? So this angry ginger fuck, I don't know how to say this on YouTube. So in Minecraft, this fat fucking douchebag stepped on his partner's throat until she was left unconscious, and beat the shit out of her. He got arrested for battery, so they fired him. Good thing Tony Khan fucking grew a spine for this, I guess.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
This is great.
But yeah, Bear Boulder, like, and then look at AEW blog, just copy and pasted dude's tweet. Like these fucking hack ass Twitter accounts. Fuck Twitter, so hacky, bro. Anyways, though, it's this guy. This is the shit he's doing on Collision. We're gonna get done.
Hey, but these two massive spreading cheeks and lifted.
Oh, they're spreading cheeks, like his gimmick is like finger banging his own mouth and being a goof. And his tag partner here on the right, like whatever, he's chill, but like he's always being cringe on X too. Sorry, just calling it, just saying what it is. And like, look, they're just doing this goober shit, talking about like eating ass and Titty City.
Listen, I'm not saying
It's Titty City. Whoa. This guy's beating women, beats his wife, stands on her neck or whatever in Minecraft. Gets arrested. So as Cornette would say, fuck him, feed him fish heads. You know, I don't know what else to tell you. And like, this isn't being blown up. If this is in WWE, it'd be like, see, WWE protects women beaters. They know Pete Odyssey Jones, Matt Riddle. Now this, they'd all be lumped together. Da. So cringe that these people don't keep the same energy. There's more fake outrage for fucking Blair Davenport than there is this poor woman here. Not saying like cancel. You guys know my stance. I'm not going to preface this. I've done 100 fucking plus shows, almost 200 pods and 200 fucking live shows, or 100 live shows and 100 pods. So it's just like, and then all the appearances I've done and shit like that, you know, we're in the hundreds now. So yeah, this isn't, you guys know my stance, you know, innocent until proven guilty. All that, he's fucking arrested, stood on her neck. It's hard to fake that. That's one where it seems irrefutable, and Tony just fired him right away. So just gross, man. Terrible and gross. And that was a well-deserved firing if there ever was one, being overshadowed by the WWE firings. And you know that the bot accounts are doing what they do, and they are definitely taking advantage of, you know, just burying the shit. Phil is wrestling's Norm Macdonald. That's the greatest compliment I've maybe ever gotten in my life. Thank you. Norm is truly one of a kind, and I get sad thinking about his the end there, you know. But anyways, back to wrestling. So Fightful says Tony Khan invites Luka Doncic, sorry if I botch it, I'm Canadian, remember, and the Los Angeles Lakers to AEW Revolution. Okay, like whatever. I mean, he can't even get NFL players at his shit, so hopefully he pulls it off. Rooting for him. Ray Phoenix opens up about his AEW status. He says, it's very difficult to wear the shirt of one relationship when you need the other party to back you up, to support you, or simply not ask for anything exaggerated that you deserve as an athlete and as part of the relationship. So he's tiptoeing, stepping on eggshells here, walking around eggshells. But what he's trying to say is like, it's hard to be like, yeah, I love AEW and shit when they won't just let me go or let me go do this other thing, or they shelve me and pull my merch off. Look how fucking dope this gear he's wearing in this picture is too. Jesus. He's like, I'm not asking for anything exaggerated, meaning I worked during the fucking pandemic and these assholes wouldn't let me go be with my brother, you know, and really fucked me there. He goes, basically, I'm still under contract with an additional extension. I'm waiting to be used to be called to work or to have my situation clarified a little more. So Tony's not even like clarifying what the fuck is going on, dude. It's
The best
such a
guy
shit
is Tony
show,
Khan.
right? And it's unfortunate. However, we knew this was the case. He tells this to Parasta. Not even sure who that is. I don't think they can leak to Chris Prolific anymore. I think he got stooged out as well because he's just saying dumb shit now. But yeah, I'd love to see Ray Phoenix back, I guess, on AEW TV, but not even. What's the motivation to work there? It will be a hot luchador summer, hopefully, for these guys, right? If we do some quick maths on his contract, and if we're to speculate, and if we're to fucking, you know, DMing with some friends and allegedlys and just me piecing it together, I think there'll be an El Fuego, a Ray Fuego summer, hopefully. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Added to bookmarks. No. Yeah, this is my fucking keyboard. Anyways, here's Tony Khan defending this lie. So we're not about to sit here and say, so as you can see here, awful wrestling. The AR PR department must be stupid. So a week ago, they tweeted, we are just 7 days out from AEW Grand Slam Australia on pay-per-view at the Brisbane Entertainment Center. Now, chat, who the fuck has been calling it the Grand Slam Slam? Who coined the fucking term?
Tell us what you know, you goddamn liar!
Your boy Phil, and I have other posts too. We covered them on the last show, so I'm not going to do it again. Okay? Again! I'm not going to go over the same tweets because I unbookmarked them. But also, Tony was quoted in an interview saying, oh, yeah, it's to bring the best pay-per-view for television or whatever, the best pay-per-view experience for the time delay. And then it was reported by Dirt Sheets. Yeah, the fucking AEW pay-per-view, the AEW pay-per-view. AEW's own PR a week ago. About a week ago. Fuck with us, and then we tweaking, ho. Everybody catching bullet holes now. Who is that? I do that every week. Who is it? It's Bobby Shmurda.
Sometimes
right?
in life, you got to be a hoe.
I'm usually right. So here's Tony Khan talking about charging people up to $5,000 a ticket for a fucking collision. And they had to move it to a smaller building and shit. And then this guy's like, this is criminal. Smooth criminal. You've been struck by a not so smooth fucking criminal, dude. So blatant dick slap to the face. This is fucking terrible. And shame on them. This is the Grand Slam scam, dude.
Kenny Omega's teaming with Will Ospreay at our biggest collision ever, Grand Slam Australia, next Saturday on Collision after the NBA All-Star Saturday, which is a huge lead-in and a huge opportunity to put on something like that. Kenny Omega's teaming with Will Ospreay at our biggest collision ever, Grand Slam Australia, next Saturday on Collision after the NBA All-Star Saturday, which is a huge
on Collision, and the people going, why would you think it was a pay-per-view? The real ones knew it wasn't. No, they don't, because there's been, I pointed it out a bunch, okay? Tony's own words from interviews, what the dirt sheets ran with, what their own PR saying 7 days ago, and also the fact that Grand Slam was always on Wednesdays. They've competed against their own collisions with pay-per-views before. They've taken... they didn't promote it as Grand Slam Dynamite or Grand Slam Collision. They just did Grand Slam. They even promoted it as a pay-per-view. They tried to run a big, massive show, and they've used pay-per-view names like Fyter Fest and made them TV specials, and Beach Break was a pay-per-view once, but then is a TV special one time or whatever. They've done that before. So, yes, everyone thought it was a fucking pay-per-view. Every single person. Okay, instead they're ripping them off. So I know we're like, oh, we'll be up all night. I don't even think so. Because it's like, maybe if there's a time gap, like for the All-Star game, we'll watch the end of that shit if they don't wrap up right away, and then we'll just do hot news till it starts. But it's going to be like 2 fucking hours long because it's just a collision. So it's complete and utter bullshit. And fucking Tony Khan's lying, dude. You liar, motherfucker. Complete and utter fucking liar. Okay, so moving along here. We have Bischoff going off on AEW as well. Bear Boulder fired from AEW after battery arrest. Fuck that guy. And so AEW CEO Tony Khan says he wants to keep company private to pass it down to his kids. What the fuck? Tony's gonna have kids, bro? With who? Is he gonna artificially inseminate Dave fucking Meltzer? That's gross as shit, dude.
I don't know.
So key points. All Elite Wrestling CEO Tony Khan spoke with CNBC Sports Radio Show in New Orleans. Khan said that he had no interest in going public because he wants to pass the league down to his kids who haven't even been born yet.
You what?
Tony Khan's so fucking funny, man. I love him so much, bro. He's so ridiculously funny. Omni Entertainment for $2 says, play the Tony Khan.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
This is great.
There you go, buddy. And welcome, Omni Entertainment. Oh, man. Shit's hilarious. Kids being Daniel Bryan and the Young Bucks. Yeah. Dude, the Young Bucks are fucking older than him, I think. Oh, man. So Tony Khan just straight delusional, bro. Speaking of delusion, you know, people like to say, oh, Phil, what do you know? Well, even Seth Franklin Rollins fucking agrees with us. Like, and this isn't him. Maybe this is character. Here's the thing. I think Seth just goes off now because he doesn't give a fuck. He has his money. He has his family. He literally could not make another dime, and he's set for life. He's all good. He's over as fuck. Even if he says this, gets fired from WWE, he can go to AEW. He can go to any fucking company, make a bag. He knows that. He's all good. He could just start streaming himself playing fucking Madden, and he'll be all right. And I tell the famous story one time at a house show, Rollins fucking wins a triple threat match or a fatal 4-way or whatever. And he comes to the corner I'm at, the Shield corner, actually, is what they call it, to shake everyone's hands. And fucking I stand up to go shake his hands, and Rollins, even though he's the baby face, he looks at me with utter disgust, like, man, fuck you. Like, he looked at me with just utter disdain. I have no idea why. He still shook my hand, boom. And then he just kept going down the line. And it was weird, right? And I wasn't a kid. This is me, I was an adult. Now, were there kids and women lined up? Yeah, but motherfucker, I paid my ticket. You know what I mean? I'm right there, dude. So this is Seth. So we obviously don't see eye to eye. This guy fucking hates me. I've never even met him in my life cordially, right? Great guy, never met him. No. But so that's my house show experience with fucking one Seth Franklin Rollins. Still a fan, right? This is a long time ago, too. But anyways, we agree. Look at him just laughing, and he's like, no one in AEW is even at my and this isn't to bury everyone, but when you have assholes like MJF going at Jimmy Corderas and stuff, this is what you get. This is the karma. You get a guy like Seth being like, dude, none of you guys could even fucking hang with us. Let's listen.
We'll make some headlines with this one. I don't think there's anybody.
Oh my God. Phantom of the opera, but the ops, you know.
We'll make some headlines with this one. I don't think there's anybody in AEW that's on that level.
So this is what they're saying. Like, who's the Luka Doncic trade for WWE and AEW? What's the equivalent? And Rollins is like, I don't think anybody is even on that level in AEW.
We'll make some headlines with this one. I don't think there's anybody in AEW that's on that level. But I mean, you're probably looking at like if you're looking at a LeBron, you know, I mean, that's like a John Cena level guy.
There you go. Can't, you know, who? Kenny? I don't know. He doesn't even draw.
So be looking
and I fucking love Kenny. Kenny, go to WWE, prove them wrong. Ospreay, embrace the grind, prove them wrong. Oh no, bro. Fine. You take the easy money. what's the old saying? Fast money comes with slow problems. You know what I mean?
Like a John Cena for an MJF maybe. You know what I mean? That'd be like the deal. Luke would be the MJF. Yeah, that's that.
Then he shouts out
Makes
MJF.
headlines with this one.
So
I don't think this.
Right? You gotta fucking. Then when you talk shit on Corderas, like no one in WWE's freaking out about Meltzer shilling all the time, other than Nathan Frazier will just roast him. It's funny because Nathan Frazier roasts Meltzer, but Meltzer fucking loves him so much. And it's so funny. But yeah, I don't know, dude. Seth just he's like, I guess MJF would kind of be that guy. So not even really putting him over, you know? Eric Bischoff goes off on AEW and he says that AEW is the place where careers go to die. Now, a lot of people were quote tweeting this and they're like, oh, fucking old grifter whose career died. Omega, Ospreay, MJF, da-da-da. That's true. Some people are just bigger by proxy, you know? Like Ospreay's never had even though it's not a whole shitload, he's never had the exposure that he's got now. But I mean, he's talking about like Edge and Lashley and these fucking guys who go over there, Athena and shit. You just go there and you just make shitloads of money, but then you get clowned on and stuff. And yes, is he being drastic? Yes, he's in an all-out war with them. So I wouldn't say it's where careers go to die. I would say AEW will fucking collapse as a whole if Tony Khan doesn't get it together. And by collapse, I mean it will just become a shell of its former self. It's already becoming that. It already is that. But there's going to come a day where it is not even, where making fun of it won't even get clicks anymore. And we'll be comparing like TNA to fucking WWE and stuff. There'll come that day. There'll come the day where I'll be the one you see. It's gonna be Tony.
The best guy's Tony Khan.
So I don't know if I fully agree with Bischoff there, right? But he's just talking his shit and let him talk his shit. So Bischoff calls Will Ospreay a bust. He doesn't draw money. And this is on Shaq Wrestling. I think we covered this before, no? But since we're laughing at Ospreay here tonight, folks, let's give this a listen here. Shaq Wrestling, a.k.a. John Alba's little brother is my roast joke to him. So here we go.
The supposed best in the world, Will Ospreay, is a bust.
Oh, we are getting fucking glitched right out of StreamYard here. Here we go. We're good.
If you're one of the small percentage of the audience
that
just loves wrestling moves,
just keeps pausing. Okay.
Wrestling moves because it looks kind of like the video game you play, you're happy as hell. The problem is there's not enough of them to build a business around.
Yeah, I just wanted to pause a bunch, but they're like, okay, there's not enough of those guys to build an actual business around. You know, if you're one of these dudes who just wants to go repeat video game moves. Now, again, I'm not one of these video game moves because that's kind of all of wrestling. But at the same time, yeah, he's going hard at Ospreay and shit. And Ospreay, he's just coping, man. That Triple H video we watched earlier, it just seems incredibly fucking copish, right? And that, ladies and gentlemen, was AEW news. Y'all like that one? Shout out Julia.
Sometimes
Julia,
in life,
man.
you got to be a hoe.
Right? So let me check in with chat as we switch over here to Phil Marks, bookmarks. We're going to switch over to, I don't know what to do next. We should do like miscellaneous stuff and TNA stuff. We're working backwards here. So we'll start with TNA and then we'll work our way over rather. But I'm going to check in with chat here. It's been quite a minute. 260 watching across both channels. Make sure you run those fucking likes up. Round of applause for you guys. And let's all give a yee for AEW news, right? So Ed Brown says someone should tell Russo that the NFL Super Bowl flag football game going on right now is Team Kai versus Team Speed. It may not be a condom sponsorship, but I'm sure those two are going to be okay. Bro, no, Ed Brown, nobody watches the Super Bowl, bro. It is so demonic, bro. They do the same thing over and over. The halftime show, it's just Illuminati, it's propaganda, bro. The white and black checkered patterns, everyone's wearing red, kids in cages, bro. Let me tell you, it's a conspiracy, bro. No one watches that stuff anymore. I'm a Christian man, and as a Christian man, I said, look, bro, flag football is not for me, okay? Kai Speed, I don't care if they sell condoms, flags, it doesn't matter, bro. I invented Stone Cold Steve Austin. I wrote in the mags, bro. I came up with the Montreal screw job, bro. Thank you. Sorry. I just kind of went off there. What? You get a what there for Ed Brown, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, how's chat doing? Russo makes me glad I'm a Jew. Steve Blackman and Dan Severn's themes are too underrated. Yeah, absolutely. Blackman shit slapped. Kai and Ty. Oh shit. Yeah, we got George Capture, the top mod of the top pod. Yeah, we have Julia Gulia just every day sending me shit. Phil throwing it down. Thank you. Ass play never drew a dime. Okay. Oh, come on now, Caleb. That's not very fair to call him ass play and to call him dickache. Come on now, chat. That's not very fair. Ass spray and Omega. Okay, guys. What are we what are we doing here? Yeah, let me drink some coffee. Let me fucking do my thing for a second here. As we get ready for TNA hot news, we'll go over to the, you guys can see that. Good. So many of you turning up on a Saturday. Amazing. I can't believe it. And I'm so grateful and thankful. And I just really, so many of us were growing each week, you know, and yeah, I'm just very happy. Thank you all so much for being here. The 100th live show. I'll plug it while you're all here. So patreon.com/prowrestletimes. I'm going to do a content dump on there. I know it's coming. I promise. With lots of stuff too. I'm watching Ready to Rumble and shit, reacting to it. You guys can watch the movie with me and stuff. It's fun shit, pal. And it's transformative if anybody's listening, right? I don't know who owns that shit, WBD or whatever. Consider becoming a member. It's $1. Consider super chatting in. It supports the show. It's the free way to support is hitting the like or subscribing or even hitting a fucking thumbs down on whatever channel. And then yeah, you know, I was gonna do this thing. I was gonna run this fucking WWE thing and talk like Conrad, but I already just did the bit. I was gonna play the gonna be like, oh, come on down to WWE Shop a Fanatics Experience. Pro Wrestle Times, if you use the promo code down below and get yourself a nice Yeet t-shirt. I just eat it all over my belly. And in fact, you could get a Lucha mask too. Oh, I'm not gonna get a title belt that for surely don't fit around my waist, and we or you can't see me fucking t-shirt because John Cena's over like Rover. Get one of these belts. I have 3 of them. Right. So there you go. I did it anyways after I said I wasn't going to do it. And then what else do I got to plug? The 100th live show a week from tonight. Make sure you're there or be square. There will be lots going down. I'm going to send the link out to 1 million people. I'm going to try and get a time frame. Like it might go late. Even if it goes to midnight or later, I'm staying rocking with you guys. That's my plugs.
Thank you. Fuck you. Bye. Boom.
That's my plugs. Jericho is Conrad. Yeah. Yeah, Jericho. Everyone just saying Jericho grabbed the Jericho threw the pie at Kevin Owens. Jericho told Medusa to throw the belt in the garbage. Jericho has Jello shot gut. Jericho told Columbus where to find a new continent. Jericho invented the AWA Team Challenge Series. Oh no, Jericho founded TNA. Yeah. Jericho fucking carved the Sphinx. That's fine. Holy shit. Jericho told Judas to betray Jesus. Let's fucking go. Let's go. But only in his mind. Juke. Oh my God. I'm sorry, you guys are popping me so hard. Jericho built the pyramids. I almost called him JUCO. JUCO, that's like a college wrestling fucking tournament. Jericho killed Bruiser Brody. Yeah. Oh shit. Jericho fucking smoked the burning bush, dude. Jericho had the fucking 10 commandments. Jericho was the man on the grassy knoll. Jericho was the first man in space. Shit. That's so good. It's so fucking stupid. I love chat. Okay, I can't just read chat the whole time. There's people here who listen to some news. We don't really, what do we use for TNA news? I don't know. I mean, I really just don't know.
I don't know.
So we'll just give them we'll give them a banjo. How about that? Yeah, I'm sorry too if StreamYard's fucking up and the sounds aren't coming through good. I'm gonna figure this out for you guys. We're talking PC action, right? I'm not joking. Mac, if you're listening, you fucking fix yourself right now. But yeah, we're gonna get into TNA news here. 20 minutes until the official UFC pay-per-view starts, which is just fantabulous. When did Mark Davis join the Callis family? So they did that last Wednesday, pardon me. Yeah, so I was trying to remember there. They did that on Wednesday. He just randomly is heel again after randomly being babyface, and then he just joined them. Makes no sense. Jericho shot Mr. Burns. Let's go. Jericho shot JR from Dallas. That's a fucking throwback. Let's go. I like that one. Here we go. I'll give you guys another bad joke. Let's get into some TNA news and some miscellaneous, some light news, as we call it. Did you guys hear the band? I'm sorry if you guys are getting sick of me replaying sounds because I don't hear it on my end, but then like the tail end will play, and I'm like, fuck. Well, did just the tail end play, or did the whole fucking thing play? Anyways, Sam Roberts asked Lyra Valkyria about the TNA partnership with WWE and if there's anyone she's looked at that she might want to wrestle. And she says, yeah, Dani Luna. She's incredible. Give me Dani Luna. I'd love to fight her. So we have Trish Stratus training with Jody Threat, and then her partner, Dani Luna, is being called out by Lyra, folks. So don't be shocked if we see a little WWE tag champs versus TNA tag champs as far as knockouts go somewhere down the line or something like that. TNA wrestling stars will be flooding the media landscape Thursday to preview this week's flagship weekly TV show, recap recent shows in Texas, and preview the Feb 20 to 21 live events in Orlando, Florida. TNA Impact airs Thursday, whatever. So they're doing live events in Florida is the big announcement, which again, expect there to be TNA crossovers. The tickets are on sale now for TNA Sacrifice in El Paso, Texas, Tegsby, in St. Joseph as well, and we just got fucking Phantom bookmark removed. But yeah, just make sure you guys, if you're in Texas and LA and shit coming up, you go to and Orlando, Florida, you guys go to these TNA shows. We want to see them grow. We want to see them get big, and we want to see AEW go on their back feet, so they have to fucking compete and they have to do something of note. You know what I mean? So Mance Warner on the Not Sam Roberts podcast, right? I fucking love Mance Warner. Now, you guys know the song Two Bad Bitches, One Hot Track. And Steph DeLander. I'm a huge Steph DeLander fan. She manages and semi-teams with Chelsea Green before, but like manages She teamed with Indy Hartwell in NXT, but she manages Cardona on the Indies. And then she did her thing with PCO. She hurt her neck. But Mance Warner, and he says it. I just follow him on Twitter at Mance Warner. He's fucking hilarious because he just keeps it real. Like, he's not trying to be funny. He's just one of these stone cold guys. What? He's like, I just want to kick ass, drink a beer, and get paid, And so this is Steph DeLander's IRL fucking husband to be. Like, these two are going to get married. They're in love like doves, right? And so, yeah, he's on Not Sam. He was the former, I want to say, GCW champion, perhaps even the HOG champion at one point. He's known on the indies, okay? He's a name on the indies. Now he's in TNA. I love it, and let's hear what he's got to say.
For me, it's a thing of I've done everything, in my opinion, on the indies that I could do. I've conquered GCW. I beat everyone there is to beat on the indies. And like I said earlier, it's about goals. So my next goal is, who the hell do I want to fight? There's people out there, you got to level up. Do I want to fight people at TNA? You got the Hardy Boys. Mansour against the Hardy Boys, Jeff and Matt. You got Mansour against Joe Hendry. Mansour against Nick Nemeth. You got people at WWE. Mansour is CM Punk. You give me a fucking mic and we could just talk. There's people out there that I want to test myself against. I just want to fuck people up, get paid.
I just want to fuck people up, get paid. And he was in AEW for like a split second. I think Moxley had like a match against him or something like that. And he was there for like a hair. But the crowd popped for him, man. And I don't know if they'd let him go off on the mic or if he's the WWE type per se. But I guarantee he could have got a job in fucking AEW if he really wanted one, Here we go. Chat is still going with the fucking Jericho stuff. So Chelsea Green, via Busted Open Radio today, said that she's been texting Tommy Dreamer to try and come to TNA. And everything's glitching out on my end. It's not good.
How are you?
So good. I'm actually so happy Tommy's here too.
Which one's playing?
Because I have been sending him numerous texts trying to get on TNA. Now he's in front of me. He's got to answer me.
Go ahead.
Under you a text about when I was in your state of Vancouver. Maybe did you change your number?
What do you think? Maybe me versus Masha? Winner takes all?
If you'd like it.
Everyone wants Masha so badly. Pause. But like, for real, they want to wrestle her. She's just such a good wrestler.
That's a little above my pay grade.
I love it.
I feel like I am Miss America. Lady Liberty.
As your United States champion. Winner take all. That might be way. We have to have negotiations on that one.
How are we talking with a full band in the
background? Because you're here. You're a lady.
Yeah, and that audio's them, I promise. I know I'm fucking up, but they were at some like thing, with a band playing in the background and all of that. But yeah. So TNA management reportedly cut costs as they believe several talents signed by Scott D'Amore were overpaid. Yeah, I think some of his buddies and shit had jobs, that they didn't want to keep him around. Here's Joe Hendry in the studio with Ariel Helwani. It's just cool to see. He also did call out John Cena during this interview. I think it just phantom unbookmarked, which is very unfortunate. Let's play this, though, and see if we can't.
I want to thank you. We can't get enough of the music here. We can't get enough of the song. We keep singing it. My kids keep singing. Look at this. There it is.
Where's a good spot to put this?
Oh, look at that. Let's see camera 3.
Jesus Christ. Keeps pausing when I go back to we're fucking up. We're fucking up. The Ring of Death, dude. We're getting smoked here, right?
Right here.
Here we go.
Can we go to camera 3? Look at that. Oh, that's beautiful.
Beautiful.
Well, you guys get it. This
Joe,
was
you're the
just
man.
the intro.
Thank you, my friend.
Coming in.
Thanks for having me.
I have to say, I reached out to you yesterday and you said, "Oh, can I come in studio?" And I was like, "Well, are you going to be in New York?" You had no plan. Yes, you are. You had no plans of being in New York.
I did not. I just think, look, there's certain interviews you got to do in person, right? And I'm very much. I was actually supposed to be on the Jericho cruise.
I saw this on the internet.
So, yo, Joe Hendry ducked out of the Jericho cruise. Y'all could hear that, right? He ducked out of the Jericho cruise to do Ariel Helwani. Now, he gives it an explanation, but we covered the goddamn Jericho cruise. There's no way he's telling the truth. We know why he fucking ducked out.
Yes, what happened was I was supposed to go straight from the Rumble to the cruise. I go from the Rumble back to the hotel, pick up my things. It turns out if you fly into the Dominican Republic, because that's where I was meeting them, rather than sailing, you need an extra visa thing, and we didn't have that. So we didn't know about it. It's unfortunate. We'll try to do it again next year. So couldn't do that, but I kind
Yeah, so we know what he says there. Jeff Hardy speaks about being compared to Obama in 2008, and we just lost it. Dude, this is really pissing me off. It was a literal 5-second clip, though. Doesn't matter. Here, I'm actually going to fucking pull this up on a new tab because we're just losing everything now, folks. Here we go. Botchcast editing. Phil. That's okay. That is okay. Here we go. I'm going to stop sharing. Sorry, guys. Technical difficulties. We'll be right back. No. We're here. Don't worry. We ain't going nowhere. We ain't going nowhere. Diddy's whack, but this song's still really good. Okay, so here we go. Let's share the screen again. Okay. Gabagool. So, Indy Hartwell is officially a free agent. Her new entrance music by Downstate drops on February 14th. So she already hits up Downstate to get her fucking music cracking, which is hilarious. And she's already looking at TNA and Masha Slamovich as a potential opponent. Let's see what she tells Busted Open here. As the volume's turned all the way down.
I don't want to just be another girl on the roster. I want to be the girl.
There we go.
I love it. I love it. All right, dream matches. Is there, now that you're out on your own, you're not part of WWE, is there anybody that you want to have a match with now that you're part indie, excuse the pun, part of the indies?
Honestly, I haven't done the whole, write the list of people that you want to work. I feel like a lot of people do that, but that's not really me. I think who I want to wrestle will just coincide with what my goals are. And like I said, I don't want to be a girl on the roster. I don't want to be a knockout. I want to be the knockout.
I don't want to be. I don't want. No.
So Masha Slamovich is the knockouts champion. Put her number one.
Damn, here we go.
I love it. Go right after number one. I love that. I love that. And then I also know that coming up in March, you got.
I don't want to just be.
Yeah, so that's the right mentality to have if you're Indy Hartwell. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for TNA news as we do the damn thing. And yeah, let's go over to. I got some miscellaneous stuff too. We're gonna get into Sickos and Dave. Don't worry. Let me just see here. They had a Harley Cameron halftime show. How was that? Y'all tell me how that was if you're watching Collision, if you're a Collider, because I am not a Collider here tonight, unfortunately. So let me just see. I will pull up miscellaneous. Sorry, guys. 1 second. We will share this tab. And Scott Demore says business is about to pick up while talking about Jesus fucking Christ. While talking about the Hurt Business. Okay. Is this just what's happening? Okay. So Matt Hardy responds to this. Yeah, we have a lot of miscellaneous. I'm so sorry, guys. This shit's all fucking up today. So Scrolling down to okay, Maple Leaf Pro Wrestling. Maple Leaf Pro is bringing the Maple Leaf back to Toronto and more specifically back to the former Maple Leaf Gardens on May 11. Okay, so MLP is making its Toronto debut. That's going to be fucking awesome. And also, he put out a tweet. Scott D'Amore did. It got Phantom bookmarked, but he's like, "Oh, we're back in business with the Good Brothers." So expect Luke Gallows and Carl Anderson to at least do a spot over there or just work limited dates over there. Dr. Chris Featherstone says he was informed that Tessa Blanchard had many problems in CMLL and yelled at a few girls in the locker room, which led to meetings with the whole women's roster and the boss because of all the drama. So that's fairly recently, and she's like, "Oh, I apologize," but people are like, "Hell no." Dark Side of the Ring returns, which I was just watching Dark Side of the Cage. I watched every episode of that. Which is like the MMA version of it. And they officially return for a 6th season on March 25th here. They are doing Hell in a Cell, obviously the Mick Foley one, Big Van Vader, Tony Atlas, Ludwig Borga, Billy Jack Haynes, Hot Stuff Eddie Gilbert, Superstar Billy Graham, Daphne, the original Sheik, and Muhammad Hassan. So a great lineup again. These seasons, all of these are great. I'm glad that these exist, but they'll never stack up to like the OG ones. You know what I mean? Season 1, 2, 3, like those were cooking, but I think the Jericho Cruise in AEW will eventually be one, you know, like the many fights behind the scenes of AEW. Nixon Newell, Tegan Knox is officially a free agent. Signer TNA. I'm down as shit with that. Here we go. Speaking of women's tag teams, Jessica McKay and Cassie Lee, the Iconics or the Inspiration, as they called themselves in TNA. They are making for Prestige Wrestling at Nothing to Lose in Vegas WrestleMania weekend. They're doing a meet and greet. And are they wrestling? They're in-ring return, yeah, as a tag team. So I'm not saying bring them in, but if you need help with your women's tag division, WWE, God damn it, TNA Knockouts have had one for a long time. Call up Scott D'Amore. Here's Velveteen Dream. So he shows up at a fucking indie with a shirt of everyone in wrestling's mugshots: Jericho, Flair, Andre, Lesnar, himself. I'm not sure who that is up there. Liv Morgan, I think, is on there. Jeff Hardy. Is that Roman Reigns? Uso, Eddie, Vince, Donald Trump, Booker T. Right? Is that Lyra Valkyrie? I don't know. The fuck that. Scott Hall, right? And then he's got a new dye job and new gear, and he's like guilty by association. So I give him credit, but this is like he's a fucking weird dude, and I don't know. From all accounts, people don't really like him like that. And this is just a weird gimmick to try and get over, and they're gonna book him. But so Joey Janela gets in this big fucking fight, right? With this guy, Dylan Bostic, I guess. And it's a fight. Megan Bain's in the background. Tables get thrown at motherfuckers. I quote tweeted, I'm like, it's sending me how nobody knows how to fight. So Janela and this guy are beefing behind the scenes, right? And this guy says, or Joey Janela DMs this guy or whatever and is like, you're a pussy, dude, on site. I'm going to blast you, but you don't get booked anywhere, so I'll never see you, unfortunately. So he's like, it's on site. I'm going to fight you and shit, right? So then he gets fought. Like, there's a video of it in wrestling for YouTube's sake, right? This is purely wrestling. But where's the video? I'm sure Ringside News has it pulled up unless it's deleted. So I'm on their site. I'm just looking for it quickly because I thought I had the video too. But yeah, fuck. They may have pulled it down, which is unfortunate. But God damn it. I thought I had the fight bookmarked. Let's see. Maybe I do. Maybe I do. No, it seems like it's gone here. We'll find it. We'll find it. Yeah. Oh, so here's Janela responding to it. He's like, I'm going to nip this in the butt. Oh, yeah. So, fuck, I thought he responded to the video. They must have pulled it all down and shit. He's like, I'm going to nip this in the butt. There's a video circulating of me getting ambushed at my table while I was meeting fans after the show tonight. It stems from him airing his grievances about his experience doing AEW extra work the day after Brody Lee's death that a lot of us were very upset about. I took to Twitter because I thought it was disgusting, and we went back and forth. Tonight's 4 years later, he flipped me and Megan's gimmick table over to confront me. We got into a scuffle, which resulted in GCW crew thinking I was getting attacked by a deranged fan and Megan thinking it was some weird Joey Janela skit. Yeah, you can tell she doesn't know what to think when it's happening. She's just like, is this real or what? For someone that claims to have boxing training, amazingly not one punch landed, and he was eventually carried out like a crying baby by Kelvin Tankman. Sorry to all the fans that had to witness that. It was an extremely embarrassing situation, and sorry to all the Indianapolis crew that wanted to put on a great weekend of independent wrestling for the city. Sorry if I contribute to any of the unneeded drama. And he's big for doing that, because a lot of people were like, Joey Janela talks shit and gets knocked out. But basically, God, they must have scrubbed the video, because it was 100%, like everyone was responding to it and shit. I 100% responded to it myself, but the video is basically like the table gets flipped and then Joey's like, oh fuck, he like picks up a chair and throws it at the guy, but it kind of gets blocked, and then the guy throws like the shittiest punch ever. It lands on Janela, and then they just like hug each other up and start like wrestling, but zero jujitsu, like zero grappling knowledge. They're just like hugging each other, rolling around, and like Megan Bain standing there meeting fans, and she's like, is this fucking real? You could just tell she's confused as shit. And it's just all around a funny video, but because it's a real fight, I'm sure it's been pulled down and shit, because it should be in here. But anyways, yeah, he called the dude out and he got fucking hit for it. So Joey responds. We got his response. Here's Paul Walter Hauser, a.k.a. Stingray, who was DMing, had a whole fucking meltdown on Conan in his DMs about like, dude, I know I'm this fat guy, but look at Vader. Like, listen, man, I've won all these things, but like, I definitely bring more eyeballs to wrestling and shit. I know you guys are critical of me, and I like Paul Walter Hauser as an actor and everything, but here's him at Revolver Square just doing like crazy deathmatch shit.
Atop that door.
Or just like wrestling shit. But yeah, I get why people laugh at this, And he's bulking up right now because he's playing Chris Farley in a biopic. And so he's fucking like real extra chubby than he normally is too. So I don't know why you take the match. I guess he's trying to get fat and be athletic, because Chris Farley would like cartwheel around and shit.
Up top on this stage. Gonna get a running start, perhaps. Oh, swanton!
Okay, that wasn't a fucking swanton. That was a barrel roll, or like a senton, if you will. And it was through a door. And this guy wins like TV awards and shit, Emerge Wrestling. Due to legal circumstances outside of Emerge Wrestling, management has vacated the Emerge Championship. We will crown a new Emerge champion this Saturday night at Emerge 85 Love and War. So this is the title that this guy had, I think. And then they stripped him for like jumping Joey Janela. You know what I mean? Even though Joey challenged him on site. So this is going down tonight. This MLW Major League Wrestling. We got World Heavyweight title fight. Alex Kane, who's dope, versus Matt Riddle versus Kojima, who's still going. We got Dijak versus Filthy Tom Lawler in a grudge match. We got a honey trap match. Brett Ryan Gosselin versus Paul London. Okay. We got Kenta versus Kevin Knight. Bischoff is executive producing it. It's one of his cars. Janae Kai versus Mila Moore. Mystico and Mascara Dorada versus Templario and Esfinge. Efang. Anyone on Espanol in chat who knows how to say ESFINGE. Fine. Right? And that's MLW tonight. Make sure you check that out. A great like fight poster. Super Fight 6, they're calling it. Good shit, pal. So here is Bam Margera, Johnny Nitro, Darby Allin, and thank God they got Bam Margera here with DDP, because he was fucking flying off his rocker, flying off the Esfinge. He's flying off his fucking rocker. And so he's getting healthy and in shape with DDP. And thank God for that. We have Samantha Irvin, who posts some thirst traps, thirst casts. Now, here's the thing. Remember when she's like, I had a goal. So her goal was to drop some thirst traps to get to a certain amount of followers and impressions and all of that. Then when she quit WWE, I'm sorry, she greatly fell off. And then some photo dropped of her in like this kind of sexy outfit. It's from behind. It looks like it's in a hotel room or some estate, kind of like this. And people were like, oh, is she doing OF and shit like that? And again, your boy Phil don't miss. I was the only one. I was like, dude, it's a music video, obviously. And because I just knew it was a music video, I was fucking leave it at that. So but there's no hype. Like, her new song comes out, no hype. No one gives a shit. I didn't even want to play it on this fucking show. Not to diss or anything, but listen, there's a reason why she is exceptional in pro wrestling, but she, in American Idol and all that shit she was in, America's Got Talent, there's a reason why she didn't become like the next big singer, even though she was on, I think she did The Voice too or some shit. There's a reason why doing that field of entertainment wasn't what she blew up in, and it was wrestling. And it's not to say she can't sing or anything. She's incredibly talented, but there's a million ladies who can fucking sing. There's like 3 people who are remotely, not even actually anymore. There's like 2 people that you could say get close to Irvin's level of when she was fucking ring announcing. And I think we'll see her back as a ring announcer, because her management shit is going to go over cringe. Or maybe she's a valet, whatever. But she posts a fucking thirst trap. Hello, right? She posts another one because I'm telling you, the traction's down. Like, people don't fucking care. The music industry's so unforgiving. You stand out in wrestling. Why wouldn't you stay what you stand out in? Why go down a road? Hey, I used to work in entertainment fields too that I wasn't very standoutish in. So I found my fucking lane, and then I started YouTubing on the side, and then I'm very standoutish in YouTube. So I go fucking, let me just do this more and more and more. Like, come on. And I'm not saying I'm smarter. Like, I get it. Tony's going to pay you $1 billion or whatever, but yeah, it's just no one's giving a fuck. And I think she really fucked up, you know. And I quote tweeted this, and I don't care. There's people mad under my replies. Oh, she a woman. No, shut up. Thirsty fucking thirst cast here all the time. What it is that the fucking song didn't grab the attention. The fucking coming soon post didn't grab the attention. The going dark on Twitter after saying, oh, I had this goal in mind. Now the impressions are way down. She's like, what the fuck happened? And it's that you and Ricochet had meltdowns on X, and then you're getting the impressions way up with, you know, because the thang's thangin', and you're a gorgeous woman, and you're severely talented. But I'm sorry, like, she's going to show up in AEW. It's expected. It's not going to help Ricochet whatsoever. Maybe it'll make people boo him more because they don't like her and stuff. And then, you know, you play it heel, but Tony's dumb and he's going to think everyone's going to cheer her. And the only way they're going to do that is if she's doing like ring announcing, because no one wants to see Ricochet with like a hot chick. You know, you got to have the heel with the hot chick and everything. So, and yes, hot chick, we word it like that because that's the idea. That's the trigger there, is that, you know, the fact they haven't put Jungle Boy with Anna Jay. We fucking criticized that ad nauseum. So it would make sense if they stay heel, but I think Tony would think that she's going to get her baby face pop and all that. So I don't know, just bass backwards, as they say, moving along. So Josh Alexander reveals that he was once supposed to appear in NXT as part of the crossover. So I was calling it out. It never materialized. I thought they were teasing it and shit. I thought it was inevitable. It never materialized. He explains why it was supposed to happen. Just didn't go down. So he says there was one certain situation where I was supposed to go and it did not happen. There were maybe 2 other situations there where I was asked to go and it got shut down for whatever reason. That was no hard feelings on my end. I have options on the table, so there are no hard feelings. I should have put this in TNA news, but he is going to be a free agent after his next match or whatever. And He goes, whether it was the North reunited for one night only or if I went one-on-one with Ethan Page in some capacity just because of all the history we have together. Yeah, I think the North should reunite. They should have did it when Ethan was the NXT champ. He was the TNA champ. They do like the heel team up. We'll just team up because like we are homies and we're both heels on opposite shows and we're both world champs or whatever. So fuck all this other stuff. We're just in it for ourselves. That would have been cool. So Samantha Irvin, to lend to what I was speaking to a minute ago, to back it up, pun intended, she says it's a guarantee that she will return to wrestling in the future, right? So especially more now than ever. Because why? Because of the shit I pointed out, right? The music ain't, why are you going to pop in music? Because you had a fucking following in wrestling? Like, that's not how it works. So Nick Chiver says, Phil, please do an in-depth feet review for Irvin. We need your thoughts. You know, I'm not like a foot guy. So let Moose Knuckle do it or something. I'm not really a foot guy. Where's her feet? I don't see her feet. I'm not about to Google that either. Or should I just fuck it? Samantha Irving. I'll just type in like thirst trap maybe. And then maybe we'll just get her feet and then I'll give you an honest review. Okay. Because I'm not like a foot guy. So this isn't. I'm on Google. It's just booty everywhere. I don't even see no feet anywhere. It's just her booty, 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 booty. She's wearing shoes with her feet. She's wearing like heels with her feet in this one. I don't know. I'm not like a foot guy. So her nails aren't painted. She doesn't wear like a pinky ring. She has pretty big feet. I think she's a taller woman. No, I might be wrong about that. Yeah, I don't know. That's a question for Moose Knuckle, dude. I'm not the shit you guys subject me to. I'm reviewing her feet. Jesus Christ. It's pretty funny though.
Oh, come on now, Eric.
So she goes, that's a guarantee. My wrestling career has barely even begun. I think it would be an absolute waste of everything that I've done so far to not continue the story. I got to finish my story. Okay. Now I want to see creatively what else I can do. Hopefully when I come back to wrestling, I'll bring even more value than I did before. She's going to be like a valet or something. I don't know. That's terrible, man. She really fucked up by going at the fans too. You know, like look at Cedric Alexander. He's just happy he got released and he's sort of thanking him for his time, right? So Perry Saturn, Maven dropped a video where he's like, here's a wrestler that fucking hated me. And, you know, he hated me when I came in the business here. I'm going to get Matt Hardy's response too, because I think it unbookmarked while we were doing the segment there. We were jinxed. Curse it, I tell you, before. So I'm going to get Matt Hardy's response. But let me just search it up quick. Matt Hardy, and he says something like false. So hopefully that makes sense. Let me just see if I can pull it up. Matt Hardy. Let me just see. Sorry, chat. I know compelling stuff. Well, where's Matt Hardy brand? Let me just go to his fucking Twitter. Like, why is it Matt Hardy brand? There we go. Because I'm sure it's like a recent reply. And yeah, we'll go over this. He's posting a bunch, man. Because he's like, this is a lie, what Perry Saturn says. Here we go. So I got it pulled up here. We'll jump over to here in a second. Anyway, sorry about that guy. Compelling radio. Anyways, at Vic8122 post, Perry Saturn says Vince McMahon told him that Matt Hardy complained to him about being too stiff. He goes, well, don't worry about it. I'm booking him with you every night for the next 6 months. He also calls Bam Bam Bigelow a big fat fuck. I was like, no, he didn't use the other word, did he? But yeah, dude, Matt Hardy calls Perry Saturn out for lying here. Maven, this video is titled like, I confronted a wrestler who didn't want me in the business or whatever. And Saturn was even like, dude, it's not my fault you couldn't take it. I was just the old vet. But yeah, let's listen.
Matt Hardy and I used to beat him up every night. So bad he complained to Vince.
Really?
And then
Just burying everybody. So Matt Hardy responds to this. I have it right here. Let's share this tab. And Matt Hardy says, "This is abjectly false. I never legitimately complained about anything during my career, including working with snug workers, my booking, or working with people I don't see eye to eye with. People who actually know me and my character absolutely know these. I've certainly never complained to Vince about anything, LOL. I also never worked with Perry for 6 months either. I've worked with him probably a couple dozen times over my entire career, mainly in Radicals tag matches. I will admit that when asked the question of who's the most difficult person I've ever had to work with, I've stated Saturn. That's the truth. Upon coming to WWE, he tried to take over and dictate what Jeff and I would do. Whenever he worked with us, I pushed back and made it clear we're the Hardy Boys. We have to do Hardy Boys things in our matches. It felt to me he was trying to compensate for being part of a group that consisted of the incredible talents Eddie Guerrero, Benoit, and Dean Malenko. Damn. I'm very disappointed in Perry for manufacturing this story. I honestly feel sorry for him. I know he's been through a really difficult journey in the last few years of his life. I wish him all the best and hope he can find happiness and remain healthy. Life's too short to harbor anger and resentment, so that's something I never do in my advanced age. It is also our responsibility to defend ourselves if someone falsely tries to paint us in a negative light. That's why I wanted to set the record straight with the response. I'm here to set the example that it can be done with grace without any name calling. But next time, I'll delete you. Yes. You know what I'm saying? Here we go. So back over to this tab. Perry fibbing. Why the fuck you lying? No, for real. He get like shot in the fucking neck and stuff, right? I mean, he could have. There's maybe he's thinking about someone else even, and he's mixing up guys. Ricky Starks has defeated Kenta to become the new Defy World Champion at Defy 100. Shout out Ricky fucking Starks. Round of applause, Jack. So the Canadian Pro Wrestling Hall of Fame, bud, would like to take this time to remember the inductee who would have turned 70 years old today. In 2022, he was inducted. It would have been his 70th birthday. Jim the Anvil Neidhart. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for Jim the Anvil. And that was miscellaneous news.
Sometimes in life, you got to be a hoe.
There you go. So we got more stuff, guys. We got Sickos and we got Dave. Okay. So we're not overloaded. It's not going to be like a fucking 4-hour Sicko segment where we're like, oh God, this is too cringe. I can't bear it. You know, it's not going to be like that whatsoever, but, there will be blood. No, you know, we're going to go over some Sicko action here. I just got to get to the right spot. How's chat doing? I'm going to check in with chat too. Okay. It's been a minute. It's been a while. So I just want to get to the right spot. I'm touching to, oh my God. Elbow. Let's see if there's any elbow. Okay. Chat, what's up? Let me check in with chat here. Sickos. Yeah, let's see some pucoids in the chat. 5 minutes of Sickos and go right to flute. Chat's crazy, Phil. Man, you guys went nuts with the Jericho thing. Like every time I looked over, it was more Jericho lines, and they still are. Chat's on fire. Jericho painted the Sistine Chapel. Jericho drank my milkshake. Jericho built the Sky Dome, brother. Jericho is a stunt double for Axl Rose. Jericho shot Abe Lincoln. Jericho is the cocaine boar. Jericho painted the Last Supper. Jericho presided over the Last Supper. Let's see. Is gonna have to start a new chat. Yeah, dude, this is the bit. I love it. Let's see. How was UFC live at 10 when it's in Australia? I don't know. It's like during the day, right? Let's see. I'm trying to find more Jericho. Feet watch. Yeah, you guys are fucking sickos, bro. Disgusting. Stay the fuck away from me. No, I'm just kidding. I love you all. Jericho is killing all Jake. Where is it? I want to see more. Jericho's the star of the Fast and Furious 10. Okay, we fucking read enough. Let's go. Jericho was the first signature on the Declaration of Independence. Jericho played the Gimp in Pulp Fiction. Jericho was the captain of the Titanic. Yo, shit. Holy shit, that's funny. Holy shit, huge pops. I'm gonna give you guys a yeah. And the Isn't that hilarious? When Julia Gulia sent me that, I fucking popped so hard. Okay. We have sickos to get to. There's not a lot of sickos. You know what I'm saying? It's not a lot. So, because I've been curating it way fucking better. But it is time for, I might as well play the shits. Where is it? It's time for the sicko segment.
What?
You what? And let's jump over to this tab. So the funniest sicko I find is that AIR Gold dude, bro. I went on his fucking thing, right? And he had a WWE, his logo made into like a WWE style belt in his fucking backdrop, like his banner or whatever. The grift is so fucking real, bro. God damn. I'm telling you, if you guys don't respond to him, don't retweet, don't interact with that fucking dude. He's such a bot, man. And he's willing. Here's the thing. I don't know what to say. Like, I don't want to fucking all that Ebu stuff leaked and shit right when AIR was when they all fucking turned their backs on him and shit. You know what I mean? And now it's like, that's all I'm saying. Like, just tread lightly, bro. These motherfuckers, like, you know what I mean? Dude just flip-flopped on AEW in 1 second and is just now like a fucking Fed stand. It's just so gross but funny at the same time. But anyways, here's a screen grab. This guy, Jack Picante, is like, just remember, these are the fucking mutants you're arguing with on Twitter who tell you AEW is better. Now, first off, these look like two little kids. So maybe they're not. I mean, this guy's a tattoo. So I guess, he's not a kid. But I will say this. Don't go so hard. Oh, come on now, Jack Picante. You don't got to be so spicy on them. Like, you don't got to go so hard on these fucking guys. And then this real Philly P goes, I look nothing like them, but AEW is indeed better. Much, much better. In a class of its own, in fact. So these people are just psychotic. It's definitely not. Never fails. So Kay Adams, we covered her on the show before. She was talking to AJ Francis about WWE, and this guy's like, when will you restart watching WWE? Mania season has just kicked off. She goes, should I invite a WWE star to the show this week? Which one? And then this guy, Jordy, goes, nah, get AEW world champ John Moxley. He's from Cincy and a huge Bengals fan. Like, get the fuck out of here, man. So, did you know? And this is Wrestle Tracker, and I think I quote tweeted this. I was like, Wrestle Tracker, 0 bitches, but like a bunch of people made that joke. But Charlotte Flair, 3 divorces. Mercedes Moné, 1 divorce. Bayley, 1 engagement called off. Becky Lynch is the only WWE horsewoman who has never been divorced or called off an engagement in their life. Did you know? And it's like, what? Like,
you fucking mark!
Bro, none of them will date you. You know that, right?
Emotional damage.
Like, yo, that's worse than stopwatch marks right there. Powerful King JJ says, love how these bums go from calling Triple H a racist, and then they switch to Shotzi getting booted from the Rumble. Then it's Jay Uso doesn't deserve it. And now it's this. Spider-Man, Ace, and the internet trolls have nothing better to do. So Ace Humphrey goes, not a great look for WWE. If AEW treated black wrestlers like this, WWE tribalism would be all over Tony Khan. And then this guy's like, WWE is shitting all over Black History Month. Fuck these people. Rumble at do black participants breaking it down. Bro, Eddie Thorpe is indigenous. He's Native American, as you fuckers call it. He's native, as I call it. Aboriginal, as I call it. You guys know that the last fucking residential schools, which were fucking enslavement camps where people got whipped and shit, the last one closed in Canada in 1994. You all know that, right? They're digging bodies up still to this day, bro. To this day. Oh shit, I need that meme. So there was no racial shit between Eddie Thorpe. Eddie's gimmick is after the Dijak thing, he straps people down, bro. This isn't the first time he's done that. So to just be like, oh, this native guy's whipping a black dude in Black History Month, like, bro, shut the fuck up, you know? Jesus Christ. Like, that's not what they were going for. And in Black History Month, Trick's gonna get his comeuppance, or whoever the fuck you're crying about, only 2 Black Rumble participants, they're gonna, like, Jey Uso won the shit. You know what I'm saying? It's a person of color. I don't know why people, we got to stop looking at that. I quote tweet this shit too, and I'm like, bro, to just simplify people down to who they bang and what color their skin is, like what their sexual orientation is and shit, is the clownest. That's the most simpleton way to break a person down. Right? It's craziness, man. Anyways. Yeah, so I just go, yo, Black History Month doesn't mean let's stop telling stories altogether. You know, like, what the fuck? A whole swarm of hardcore fans are now saying the Grand Slam event was never a pay-per-view. Well, we just proved earlier it was. These guys are fucking capping, and we proved it here tonight on PWT as it loads up here. So AR Gold as well. So I think this is why I looked at his thing. I'm like, this guy's still around. So Grand Slam has always been a TV special. Nope. It was never advertised as a pay-per-view. Wrong. Truly don't ever remember it being called a pay-per-view. False. Negative mark. Hasn't it always been a TV special? Negative mark. Yeah, so fuck those dudes. They're all lying through their teeth and they're coping, and those are the bots. Speaking of sickos, oh my God, we're getting fucking I don't know. There was that guy doing amazing fucking impressions that I tried to get on the show before, and the Phantom Bookmarks removed it because they don't want us to have a good time, chat. They want us to just be lethal and roast everything, okay? So Globe Eye News says that Chinese President Xi Jinping opposes Trump's plan to take over Gaza and supports Palestinian rule over the territory. Now, I truly don't even know what the fuck that means. But this Takeshita fan, who's made the list a few times, goes, glory to the Chinese Communist Party, bro. Now, listen, I don't care if you don't like Trump or something, but no, okay? We're talking about residential schools. They got fucking death internment camps in China and shit, allegedly, in Minecraft, right? Like, to this day, bro. So, no, the fucking hell to the na-na, right? And maybe even he's joking, but these people always, their jokes are just never funny. It's just cringe and like, are you for real, bro? This was hilarious because when I was a kid, this was the rule too, that I will pass down as well. When you're at the matches, you can say whatever the fuck you want to wrestlers. One time when I was a kid, I just stood in the middle of the aisle. I was like 9 or some shit, 10 or something, right? And I stood in the middle of the aisle and I double bird flipped off Jonathan Coachman, or like one bird flipped him when he was on the top rope and he's wearing sunglasses, but he went to like taunt on the top rope. And I think what happened, it was back in the day, I think he just got like stunnered or something to end the show, send everyone home happy, you know? Or he got gored or stunnered or holy shit, or he got RKO'd or something. And but he stood up, I'll never forget it, on the middle rope, and he fucking saw me and he flipped me 2 birds, and the crowd goes crazy because I'm a kid, and he just has the biggest shit-eating smile on his face with his glasses on, and then yeah, he just got stunnered or some shit. It was so funny, and I'll never forget that as a kid. But yeah, the rule was like you can say whatever at the matches as long as like the other people are chanting it, or if a wrestler's talking shit, it's free range on these dudes. And that's how it used to be. Now, if you're like, you can't wrestle, people get all offended and shit. And not saying people were hurling like terrible insults, but just saying, holy shit, to this day. I love this. This warmed my heart up here. Here's a little kid sort of having their moment, realizing, oh my God, I can say holy shit.
Holy shit! Holy shit! Can I say that? There's a one time you can say it. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Yo, chill.
Just don't abuse it now. Hopefully this plays. Man, we are not having fucking luck on Twitagra, as they call it in Hot Tub Time Machine. Well, fuck it. You guys get the gist. The kid had a great time. We'll never forget those moments, without question. So this guy Clownball 9 says, who are some of the most unattractive women in WWE? I'll go first. So then he like photoshops Rhea Ripley to look really fat and ugly. And then, hey, if you guys find her attractive in this Photoshop AI thing, cool. That's on. I'm just saying. And then like whatever he did, put color over Bayley's face, or maybe that's just her face. I'm not sure. It looks like she's kind of green or yellowy there. He probably played with it. But just to like make an account like that is so cringe. And then his thing's like an AI Mercedes Monet. Meanwhile, Bayley and Ripley are like her fucking best friends. Bayley's one of her best friends. So this got 42K looks, and fucking look at all these likes, man. That's crazy. I go, if it's 2025 and you're still giving this clown clicks, shame on you. And the real one goes, I'm done with the idea of Kevin Steen to AEW. It's clear as fuck that he has no passion. He's just there to collect a paycheck. He's not like Ricochet and decided to bet on himself. Kevin Owens sucks. Now, real one is just trolling. Like, he's a WWE fan. We all know he's a Fed fan. But yeah, he's going to do his thing and fucking troll people, but you can't give him clicks because it's too gross, Like, he gets way too much engagement, and he's just doing it so he can, I guess, support WWE by buying their tickets and shit. But yeah, so this guy here, this Dr. Mike, he's just such a goober. He's one of these accounts that just says anything all the time. Like, he'll just say anything, one of these, why the fuck you lying? But yeah, Dr. M. Gross MD. Yeah, so he knows he's being gross too. But yeah, he's just jumping on the train like, oh, this was never supposed to be a pay-per-view for AEW or whatever. And then basically he just got proved wrong, which we already covered multiple times on this show. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was our fucking sicko segment. See, I told you it wasn't going to be too long and terrible, right? Let's go. Let's go. Are you guys hearing it? God, there we go. For your boy Phil, just so I could hear it. It's the worst show I've ever done. It's going to be terrible to clip as well. Every time. Okay. So let me just see. We're going to go over into Dave Meltzer. I'm going to check in with chat. I want to see flutes in the motherfucking chat. Like I always want to see flutes in the motherfucking chat, okay? Because it is time for everyone's favorite segment. Yeah, flutes in the chat. I am going to clip the foot review. No, that's fucked, bro. Flutes. Yeah, I'm reading. Jericho's really SRS. God, you guys are still going with the fucking Jericho, dude. Hilarious. And shout out my guy Marty McFlyer. Winning I think 2 more Grammys this year, and as a songwriter, and he's in my DMs right now. Shouting out to PWT Universe. We got Jose the assistant. We got Husey. Everyone's saying hello, so that's good stuff. Okay, it is time for everybody's favorite segment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's dumb moment of the week. Yes. Okay, so let's scroll along. So Dave Meltzer responds there where PWT's tagged. Hilarious. So Brian's got to get cooked here today because Brian Alvarez is like arguing with Marks and he goes, double ouch. NXT 766 and 0.20. And people just fucking cook him, you know? He's such a dumb schmarmy prick. And this is why he doesn't get a pass with me. Because he knows what he's doing here. And he's taking over for Meltzer. He's going to be on the Cope Brigade. He's going to be the one we're playing flutes for one day. Maybe it'll evolve to saxophones or something. But double ouch. This is like the massacre thing, you know? And so Alvarez is getting caught up arguing with fucking Marks, right? So this guy goes, explain what? Explain how last week AEW had 600K and a 0.17 and there was no ouch. NXT does 0.20 and it's an ouch. But you say all that matters is the demo and they rose from 0.19 to 0.20. Only third time at 0.2 or above since October. So this guy's dropping straight bars. And Brian Alvarez laughs at it. And then this guy's like, no, he's like, explain it or whatever. And this guy pipes in, a different guy. He's like, no, you explain it. You open your fucking mouth. Now finish it. And Alvarez goes, I remember this quote from the Bible. Alvarez is a fucking goof, man. Is he on the list? Did we put him on the list? You just made the list. You're on the fucking list, Alvarez, if you weren't before, right?
Brian.
And we're going to go over the official list of fools with Grapple Vision when we do the list video, and I promise you guys will fucking love that one so much. Okay, so Dynamite Dave has an absolute conniption fit over Brian, suggesting that Takeshita versus Fletcher versus the Hounds of Hell had too many kickouts before TNF face Ospreay and Omega in Australia. Dave then goes on a but WWE rage because Sami Zayn had a lot of offense versus CM Punk on Raw. Are you guys ready? I'm going to play the E flute before we even... This is what we do this segment for. Right here is moments like this. So let's listen to a fucking Brian, Takeshita, and Fletcher are the best. And hopefully this doesn't glitch out on us here. Keep loading. What? Keep loading. Keep loading. Yeah. Loading.
Then we had Takeshita and Fletcher versus the Hounds of Hell. And
It's a hell of a match.
This was quite a great match.
It's a hell of a match.
But I thought they had a few near falls too many. Because at the end of the day, Takeshita and Fletcher are facing the two biggest baby faces on the roster at Grand Slam.
Yeah, but they didn't want to. They.
I know they.
Yeah, but they don't want to. They. Dave, you're gonna make excuses, aren't you? Oh, but Tony Khan said it was supposed to be this way, so it was this way.
Never want to beat the Hounds of Hell, but you know what? Sometimes you got to beat people. We just were talking about that.
They did beat them.
I know, but like they're hitting all of their moves, and these guys keep kicking out of everything that they've got.
But they still lost.
And finally, we had a combo.
But they still lost, Brian. They still lost. I mean, you don't know anything about protecting moves? Why don't you know about protecting moves, Brian? Fuck.
Brainbuster.
I actually thought that that they did the best.
I know you're going to put this over. I know you like this stuff.
I actually thought, and only my opinion is valid, Brian.
Like it. Sometimes it's time to get over a team and not the other team.
But this is not one of those times. This is the time where you have to get over both teams.
No.
The Hounds of Hell.
No.
They're just getting
then
started.
They should face
They're just getting
else.
started. They're just they're just getting started. No, they're getting started in your dumb fucking goldfish brain, Dave, because Malachi Black left them. So now they're just getting started as a team. No, they've teamed 4,000 times. They need to fucking just be a team and win some matches. They shouldn't even be in this fucking match then, if that's what you're gonna say, right? And that's what Alvarez is trying to say. We have to establish teams. Oh, well, they did. They're both because they kicked out of moves. That's not how you. That just buries everyone, you idiot.
Well, Takeshita and Fletcher are going to Australia in 2 weeks against Will Ospreay and Kenny Omega, the Dream Team. Okay,
and they won.
Yes, after not being able to beat them with one near fall after another, and you could even hear the crowd. They had a spot at the end where there was like Takeshita rakes Buddy's eyes.
This is every AEW. Alvarez is just saying what Phil Marks fucking says every AEW. I'm like, yo, they had the crowd right there in that match. Why didn't they just end it? They had to go 4 minutes extra to get the extra moves in and kickouts. It just ruins it. Like, why don't they just end the match there? Big move, crowd pops, finish, go home. I point that out all the time. Brian's trying to point that out to Dave. It took Brian 12 years. No, I'm just not that long, but took him this long to even say this shit. And then Dave still is just rejecting it. Fools, man.
Fletcher hits him with the draping DDT. They go for the cover.
Fletcher hits him with Orton's move.
Brody kicks out, and you can hear the crowd like, okay, he kicked out of that one. And then they do another one, and they do another one, and then finally they hit that combo Braden button. And you can listen to the crowd. You can hear the crowd hit a peak, and then they kicked out of one too many near falls, and they lost the crowd.
I'll have to watch.
Go watch it again.
Oh, I'll have to watch it back. I mean, I was writing during the match, Brian.
I'm telling you.
Because I certainly did not see it that way.
Well, you can watch it again.
Yeah, because your taste in wrestling fucking sucks and you don't know what crowds like. You claim you do, but you're out of touch. You're out of touch. And we say it all the time here, Dave. You don't know what people like, what the masses like in America, and you don't know what people want at all. Period. Because even the style you want is not working in Japan, and it wouldn't work in Mexico. And Dave, it's not even about the lucha style with Dave. It's like a combo of the lucha mixed with the Japanese style that he's invented in his mind. Dave, you didn't see that at all because you're out of touch. You don't see reality, what everyone tries to tell you. But he can't admit that. You know, he's fucking demented.
And I mean, the thing also is again, it's like they wanted to give those guys a win over somebody credible, but they didn't want to. Look, they won. That's all that matters at the end of the day. They got the win. In WWE,
well, look, they got the win. Look, that's all that matters. But what about WWE and Paul Levesque?
To give those guys a win over somebody credible, but they didn't want to. Look, they won. That's all that matters.
That's all that matters. They won. See, Dave doesn't know what matters. He always goes, well, the key demo matters. The attendance. Did the crowd pop? He always says that. Well, the crowd was hot, which is what matters. Okay, Alvarez is telling you how they cooled them off in the match and what they could do better. Well, they won, though. So fuck them. Fuck those fans in their faces. They don't deserve shit.
At the end of the day, they got the win. In WWE, they would have done it the same way.
No.
No.
Would have been much more dominant.
No,
if Jey Uso is
not-
going
not-
to the title, he is
lost to
not going to
Gunther.
go there
He-
and go,
he
that's the
lost to
story,
Gunther.
though,
He
Dave.
lost
That's
to
the
Gunther.
story.
Yeah.
He lost to Gunther. Oh, my God. This is such gold.
Okay. What about Sami Zayn and CM Punk?
What about Sami Zayn, CM Punk, Dave? What about it? CM Punk, all of his he's like the old veteran guy, and people are like, you run down, you get injured, and all that shit. And everyone's sort of taking him to the limit, and he's having these knock him down, beat him up, drag him out wars. And yeah, that's his whole thing. Sammy's like in his prime, sort of, right? Maybe you could have said before when people were arguing he could have beat fucking Roman Reigns in Montreal. You could say he was at his hottest, but he's at the level of like world heavyweight champ or just below, right? Based off the guys he's beaten thus far and how they portray him. So him and Sammy, and here's the thing, they didn't lose the crowd. Like they went into the fucking finish and everything. And yes, Sammy got offense on Punk, but what Dave's doing is he's just proving that he's not paying attention to WWE. He doesn't understand the pecking order and why that matters, and he doesn't even understand where Sami Zayn is in the pecking order. He's looking at him like that kid from fucking NXT, taking Punk to the limit. Yeah, Punk's older, Zayn's like in his prime, and they're roughly the same level. That's what they've been doing without 50-50 booking as well, for the most part. Seth, Roman, Punk, Drew, Sammy, Gunther, Jay, any one of them could beat any one of the other one of them any given Sunday. Chat, do you get what I'm saying when I say that? Any one of those guys could beat, and they're building that without even having a 50-50 book them. Amazing, you know? So Dave, he doesn't actually watch the shows. He writes. I know what he does, guys. When he has WWE on, he's just writing and shit, and he's glancing over, trying not to be invested in the shit that's good. And maybe the PLEs he'll actually like watch. Maybe. But he's just typing throughout them. And then Dynamite and shit, he'll lock in, oh, they have my viewership and all this shit, you know? That's how he treats it.
And got all kinds of offense on CM Punk.
Are the Hounds of Hell
He got
going
all
to beat
kinds of
Keston and Fletcher at All In? If they're not, it's
And that's just the thing too. He got all kinds of offense on CM Punk. The Hounds of Hell aren't beating Fletcher Takeshita. They're not beating fucking Omega Ospreay. They're not beating any of these guys. We know this. They're like a fucking afterthought, Dave. Zayn is an integral part of all the bloodline shit. Has been for years, and Punk is like one of the top dudes. And the pecking order that I just broke down. So it doesn't even matter. That's literally like saying, oh, Gunther got so much offense on Punk. Oh, Drew got so much offense on Jey Uso. Okay, Ed? Like, you know what I mean? We're talking about two completely different fucking things.
not the same as Jay and Gunther.
Okay,
because
Sammy,
that's the story that he can't.
What did I say about
the guy?
What is the story? Sami Zayn and Punk. Sami Zayn and Punk.
Yeah,
okay.
Punk beat him.
He did beat him
decisively, clean.
Right, clean. After how many near falls?
They
One
did
near
not
fall
kick
after
out of this many.
Maybe not. They did all kinds of near falls.
No, not all kinds. There was a Blue Thunder Bomb. There was a couple. There was like two, man. They don't do all kinds in WWE. You can't do all kinds on one show in WWE, Dave. And you know that's why you don't watch it. It's why you don't like it. You can't do all kinds. So I hate this whole, oh, they did all kinds. Name one, motherfucker. I remember a Blue Thunder Bomb. Sammy beat someone with it the week before, and then fucking Punk kicked out of it. I remember that shit. Other than that, tell me another one. Can't even think of one. And he just beat him clean, too.
They did all kinds of close calls.
No.
But when that match was over,
he's lying.
Punk was clearly the better man. Punk was the guy you were like, yeah, I should get the shot.
And Fletcher and Takeshita are heels, so they have to show more vulnerability. And at the end, they won.
I didn't like it.
Okay.
But you're right.
So they show more vulnerability by kicking out of everyone's shit and by having everyone kick out of their shit. Well, yeah, it makes them look weaker. Dave doesn't understand what vulnerability means. That's something you can get across without even a match if you guys are fucking using your heads. So to me, this is just like, I don't know, man. This is just Dave in a nutshell. Is basically the way this clip right here is just the embodiment of Meltzer. It just encompasses. This is the best example of like why he's just an out of touch old fuck who just is making shit up as he goes and does not know at all what he's even talking about anymore. You know.
I grew up on Stevens.
I thought the match was great. I thought there were too many near falls there.
I grew up on Stevens and Patterson, and this is what they did.
That's fine in I grew up on 70s, but that goes today.
Yeah, I grew up on New Age Outlaws. I grew up on fucking Vince Russo 3-minute TikTok matches, bro. You know, that doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean that's the way or whatever, that you can't be open-minded or that Sami Zayn got too much offense on CM Punk. None of that means anything. He just goes to another thing. He just keeps moving the goalpost. Well, I'm just going to argue this. Well, I'll just argue this now. I'll just bring up fucking Gene Hackenschmidt now and Karl Gotch and see if he knows. You know the attendance, Brian? Well, exactly. Sami Zayn, too much offense. Tony Khan.
We got to make stars. We have to make stars.
We have to. And this is why I go, we. That's what these fuckers do. It's all in good taste. I get it. It happens naturally, especially when you're rooting for fucking like wrestling to be successful and shit in general. But, you know, Dave and Brian and them started this shit. We have to this. We have to, we, because they're texting the guy. They're never we about WWE when they're fucking up before AEW is a thing, you know?
We have to make guys that are at another level than other guys. That's what we have to do.
Okay,
If otherwise, we're not going to have stars.
Guess what? Who's wrestling Okada?
Who is wrestling? Buddy? Yeah, Buddy's wrestling Okada.
Yeah, Brian. Yeah, Brian. He's wrestling Okada. You didn't know that? Actually, he's like, I don't even know who's wrestling Okada. Exactly. Nobody knows. Bruh, like 200,000 people watched the show where Buddy is facing Okada, and that even became a thing for the Continental title, and we know he's going to lose, or even if he wins, okay, then Okada just looks dumb because Matthews loses like every match. He shows up, has a good match with a guy, loses. Shows up, has a good match with a guy, loses. Isn't anywhere to be found. That's how they've been booked lately. And now that Malachi's gone, Tony's like, well, that cancer's gone. Well, sorry, that was more Dave, but that was like an amalgamation of both. But Tony Khan's like, oh, that cancer, Malachi's gone. Now we can push the House of Black. Now they're the Hounds of Hell. So cringe. So basically, Okada, just no story, you know? And Dave thinks that just because Buddy is wrestling fucking Okada, that makes him a star, and that's going to help build him and turn him into a star. That's how fucking stupid Dave is. He doesn't understand that no one cares about Okada. And I love Okada. I think he's a legend, legit. If you look at the history books of pro wrestling, he is legitimately one of the best. When you look at him in his peak, he is one of the best wrestlers, I think, in the world at that time. You could argue that, you know, just his athleticism mixed with just the type of matches he was doing. They were phenomenal. You know, I agree with that. At that time, you could argue. You could stack him up against like a Seth. Seth no-sells shit all the time and everything. You know, I know everyone's triggered when AEW does that shit. There's a lot of that stuff in WWE too, but you have to, they limit things as, you know, or the stars do shit that everyone else doesn't do. You know what I mean? So Seth can fucking tweak his knee and then go do 4 flips because not everyone's going to do that. Okay. In AEW, that's just par for the course. But yeah, it's just very, I don't know. Let's continue with Dave.
Okada.
So he has to
yeah, sorry, I forgot to sort of put a pin on what I was saying there. Okada, just wrestling Okada's, yeah, does it give you a rub as far as like experience points? Like check that off your bucket list as a wrestler? Sure. No one gives a fuck about Okada. No one gives a shit. That title's a joke. It's fucking dumb. It's a waste of time. What does that do for Buddy? He's just going to probably lose too. And if he doesn't lose, okay, he beats Okada in this match that Meltzer rates 5 stars and that nobody fucking watches and that people clown on because it's on a card where there's 12 other matches that go 30 minutes with people, you know, people doing Buddy Matthews style shit. And also Okada's not, he's just phoning it in clearly. So Dave doesn't understand, like, no, it's not 2012 or whatever. You can't just, maybe not that, like 2015. You can't just wrestle Okada and be over or like get the rub or get 7 stars like Kenny Omega did. You can't do that. And he's not even as good. He's not at that level he was even at before, you know?
be protected.
Okay, so put him in another match.
He's going to be protected against
Buddy.
Okada. Watch this.
Yep.
Who's wrestling Okada?
Who is wrestling? Buddy? Yeah, Buddy's wrestling Okada.
Yeah.
So he has to be protected.
So he has to
Okay,
be
so put him
protected.
in another match.
Yeah, don't have him in that fucking match. Don't have him in the fucking match then. Do a different tag team. You have 4 million people on your fucking roster.
They decided to make an exciting match.
I know they did. That's my point. That was a mistake. If you want to protect 2
Why? Because it's a television show. They decided to make an exciting match. Yeah, we know. That's Tony's pitch every week. Well, it's just really exciting, and we have the best wrestlers. We're the best wrestle. Thank you, AEW and Tony Khan. Well, that's me, but thank me too. And TikTok. You know? Dave is sitting here fucking, you want to make an exciting match? Yeah, that's everything ever. That's all. Well, Tony Khan's a great matchmaker. Even that's horseshit. But that's the whole rhetoric already. We know that. But when you're doing a TV show, sometimes it is exciting to see someone get beat definitively, and then maybe like a quick promo, and then a good fucking vignette, and then maybe you advertise some merch, and then you go down to the ring, and we get a match started again after the commercial break or something. You know what I mean? Sometimes that's exciting too. Sometimes that's exciting to see Obafemi just squash a motherfucker, cut a promo. Everyone goes, who? And then he storms off to his theme. And then you go to the commentary desk and they're like, well, I don't want to be fucking Eddie Thorpe later tonight, ladies and gentlemen. And then, you know what I mean? Sometimes that's exciting too. And you let things breathe and we digest it. Damn, he really fucked that dude up, huh? Like, Dave has no concept of pro wrestling he has no concept of like television either. That's the thing. All these marks, fucking AI or gold, all these idiots. And sorry, I hate to go hard, but like even Swerve tweeted this out. Wrestling in the physical, wrestling in the ring is storytelling too. Yeah, we know that's wrestling 101. That you don't have to say that. We all know that you can tell a story just in the ring. But the whole thing can't just fucking be that. You can't rely on, well, these stories outside the ring are mediocre bullshit and everything's the same copy paste and they don't understand the concept of getting people over, or not everything has to be an exciting match, or the shit I was explaining with Obafemi a second ago. They don't understand the concept of that shit. It's television, bro. You have to break it up. You got to throw a hot chick in there who does something other than lose to Mercedes Moné because Moné wants to be on TV that week in the main event. You know, you got to fucking do something. You got to mix it up and not just tournament or casino gauntlet. You got to have fucking, and they are trying to do it. The more they start where people are coming to the arena and the backstage stuff and, you know, the brawls and, you know, in the back of the arena and showing the fans and stuff like that. You know, they're trying to do different things, and I do appreciate that. And they are trying to do more storytelling, like the puppet show they did before, which was ridiculous. But at least they're trying some shit. I even give Ricochet some credit. At least he's like doing something different. He steals the robe. Okay, they're like, I'm giving it a shake. I don't like Samoa Joe fighting like Nick Wayne and shit. That's all stupid. But you give it a fair shake. Okay, they're trying now to mix it up a bit and tell more stories, and they're giving more time to vignettes and packages and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, it's like a whole rebranding thing. There's just ick on it, and then you have MJF bringing up WWE still when everyone's trying to be like, get away from that. I thought you guys got away from that. You have Ospreay coping by pedigreeing a fucking Triple H guy on an indie in front of 25 people. It's just so ridiculous. And to sit here and listen to Dave melt down like this is my favorite thing ever. Also, you'll never see him make any type of excuse for WWE. He just goes, Sami Zayn got offense, not realizing that's a completely different thing. And yeah, I don't know. Let's continue with what he's saying. I'm going off here tonight.
2 teams, have them each do different matches. We have 220 guys on the roster.
220, bro.
Don't tell me there's not another team that Takeshi and Fletcher could beat that's a named team. Don't tell me there's not another team that House of Hell could beat.
Okay,
or Buddy, because there is.
Okay, but guess what? They also did the spot with the fake Okada spot in the match. If you don't have Buddy,
oh, that one even made me more angry. I wish you had mentioned that. Oh my god,
Brian!
So they're doing this match, and they're like halfway through, and Buddy goes up top, and they hit Okada's music. Okay, they hit his music in the middle of this match. So Buddy gets distracted, and he's looking to the back, like, where is?
Here we got a third one. Don't worry. It's so funny how
Shut
Brian's roasting it.
And then he gets the heat back again.
Yeah.
And they just kept going. And I was like, what did we do that spot for? What was the point? It didn't cost him the match. He got the heat right back afterwards.
Because Tony doesn't get, he thinks, oh, I know. And then the music will play. And then Dave's going to go to remind him that I didn't listen to this before, but I bet he's going to be like, well, just to let him know, like to mess him up, like he's get it to play mind games. But it's like, no, that's not what Okada would do. It doesn't make fucking sense. None of this shit makes fucking sense. It's so stupid. That's not a plot point. That's not a part of a story. That's not a reason for people to fight. The music could have been distracting for more than just one person. Why would anyone just assume it's directly directed at Buddy other than, well, they talk like they're going to fight, so it wouldn't distract House of Black? It's so fucking dumb, man. This shit makes no sense.
To set up Okada and Buddy. Because Okada
didn't do anything.
It's to remind people Okada and Buddy are doing a match in 10 days.
We just saw an interview 5 minutes earlier.
So that's more to add to it.
No. It's more to add to it, to remind everyone they're having a match. Yeah, we just saw the thing 5 minutes ago, and how does it remind people? Like, no, everyone's just like, why did his music play? We just feel like their production's botching. We don't know if it's going to be a fucking Taco Bell commercial, dude. We don't know.
The costume.
I don't know. Where is it on the soundboard? I better fucking hit an I don't know.
I don't know.
There we go.
The match, then fine, okay, that makes sense.
Well,
but like
they
did music, and then it led to nothing. It was just something in the middle of the match that led to nothing.
Well, it's
part of the deal of Don Callis being really smart. Don Callis.
How it's part of the deal of Don Callis being really smart. What? Where the fuck has that ever been part of the deal? All of a sudden, Marcus Davis is, or whatever, Mark Davis, whatever the fuck his name is, he's just all of a sudden a bad guy again. And like out of nowhere, he just goes, yeah, here's my new guy. And then people join him. There's no real explanation ever. And people just turn on him. Like Hobbs comes back and just isn't with him anymore. Davis comes back, isn't with him, goes to Ring of Honor, has 3 matches, and then all of a sudden is on Dynamite again a month later and is with him again. That's fucking Vince style, terrible ass, dumb fucking booking, dude.
Came up with something to help his team. They didn't win the match with it, but it was a spot in there.
So they didn't win the match with it. Then why fucking do it? So, it's part of making Callis that he's really smart. So he tried to distract them with the thing and they didn't win the match. Yeah. Well, then he looks fucking stupid. No, I hope that's what Brian says next. Oh, your reasoning is that he fucking wanted to look, or it's part of Callis being really smart. So you do something to make him look smart. No. So they played the music and then it didn't work. And a lot of people don't even piece together Callis would have anything to do with that. And so it just made him look really fucking stupid because logistically it doesn't make any fucking sense and it didn't work. So that's not correct, Dave.
It's part. Don Callis, is there anything wrong with making the evil manager really
Dave,
smart?
If the music would have led to the baby faces getting the heat or the heels getting the heat on them, then that's fine. Okay. Yeah, but the music hit, the guy's distracted, and literally the spot was he gets cut off and then he immediately slips out and gets back in control again. So it didn't even distract him.
He should have sold it longer. I do agree
yes,
with that.
That's exactly correct.
I will agree with that.
He should have
sold it. He should have sold it.
Because otherwise it was a pointless distraction.
Yeah.
No, and Brian's giving him that too. Yeah, that's all I'm saying. He should have sold it longer. No, the whole thing was fucking dumb. Oh, well, if the music played, then he got the heat back. No, it should just go to a finish. Like, you shouldn't do that. It just seems like the lights are going out when they're not supposed to be, or the production truck's going out when it's not supposed to be, or there's a fucking Taco Bell commercial playing when there's not supposed to be.
If you're getting distraction, the distraction has to lead to something, not the guy just getting back in control again.
It led to it led to the other team getting the advantage.
It led Brian, Tony Khan. You know what I mean? Is that what it led to, bud? That shit is too funny, man.
But it should have sold longer. Yeah,
Listen to that last part. Here, let me play that again. It led to, well, he should have sold longer.
He should have sold it longer. I do agree
yes,
with that.
That's exactly correct.
I will agree with that.
He should have
sold it. He should have sold it.
Because otherwise it was a pointless distraction. Yeah, if you're getting distraction, the distraction has to lead to something, not the guy just getting back in control again.
It led to it led to the other team getting the advantage, but it should have sold longer. Yeah, I agree with that.
Joe and Hook had a meeting, and
and then Brian just has to fucking suck it up and continue along. Joe and Hook had a meeting. Oh man, that shit is classic. Here we go. Tony Khan. AEW has been a proven consistent winner as cable industry changes. Are you fucking kidding me? That's what the Observer posts. A consistent winner and proven. Dave Meltzer says that WWE ran the Seth Rollins curb stomp injury angle to write Roman Reigns out of the Elimination Chamber since he wasn't winning and would have had to take a pin. Maybe. We'll see. I just wanted to throw it in his dumb moment because we don't know. Like, he shouldn't be trying to fantasy book here, chat. He usually fucks it up. Nick Chiver says, I want Okada to just Rainmaker Buddy and pin him in 5 seconds. Sheamus versus Daniel Bryan style. Daniel Bryan, just to see Dave give it 4 3/4 stars. Yeah, do you think he's still working? I think he'd boo all over it. I think he'd be like, but Sami Zayn got too much offense.
The best guy's Tony Khan.
And then Brian would be like, he's not even in this match, Dave. You know what I mean? Thank you, Nick Chivers. So Cultaholic. John Cena winning this is the Observer. John Cena winning the Elimination Chamber has reportedly been the plan since October or November. Again, we'll see about that. Here we go. So I had to put myself over here. I go, okay, all the way back at Money in the Bank, John Cena said how many dates and the timetable. I talked about this months ago, and Meltzer's just having an epiphany all of a sudden. LMAO, he studies the business. So I write, or pardon me, that's what I wrote. But Wrestle Purist and Observer here post with 36 dates on John Cena's WWE contract for 2025. He'll have only done 3 in the first 2 months, leaving him with 33 the last 43 weeks of the year. This means he'll be at almost a regularly weekly character when he's done with the current movie he's filming. So yeah, like I said, that he's going to be almost full time for like the end run there, dude. And it's funny that Dave, I study the business. He's just coming to this epiphany. Unblock me, Dave. You would have known this fucking sooner. You know what I mean? So Heel Uzi says that Meltzer makes excuse after excuse for his baby boy Tony Khan in AEW. So Neil Baker goes, Dave continues to insist that CW and TNT TBS are not comparable. I've worked in network and local TV for 40 plus years. Nothing could be further from the proof, which he meant to say further from the truth, but he said further from the proof. Dave Meltzer goes, you've worked for 40 years and never seen a ratings chart? I get them multiple times a week. Cable and network are kept separate. Cable station goals are to be the top-rated cable station. Tony Khan, TBS. Tony Khan.
The best guy's Tony Khan.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, was Dave Meltzer's big dummy dumb moment of the week. E-flute one time. Chat, I want to thank you all for hanging out with me. We did like over 4 hours. Shit is crazy. The Phantom bookmarks were just a menace. The Phantom Menace, as we called them. Very menacing tonight. Round of applause for chat, man. We had a huge turnout again tonight. Don't forget, PWT 100, live show 100. A week from tonight, and we went late tonight. We're going to go probably even later next time. And yeah, on Monday, we got that show very WWE focused again, or just whatever. We really cleared out the bookmarks as of late, not just because of the Phantom, like just because we're rocking and rolling through these segments. I want to appreciate you all for being here. I'm feeling so much better. This was such a fun time for me tonight. I hope I did a good job. I know some of it, I was fucking feeling a little tired here lately, but I appreciate you all so much. Yeah, I'll see you all Monday. YouTube.com/@ProWrestleTimes. Let's get to 1,700 subs. I think that's what we're at. YouTube.com/ProWrestleClips. Let's get to 6K. We're almost there. We're going to do a chat. And let's get to the Patreon and just consider hitting like or becoming a member. Any way you can support me. I appreciate you all so much. And make sure you take care. Kiss each other. I'll see you all in the Upside Down. Drink lots of water. Peace.
It is a fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend. Yeah.
You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guy's Tony Khan.
We just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Mother effing Meltzer.
Know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know,
What's the point?
the point of SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
Mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Let me have my misery.
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
You gotta run a promotion for everybody. The sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we have just secured the bag.
But like, you gotta promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. You'll be live on my favorite movie. Lifetime. So great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. Sort of happened naturally.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
Keep themselves safe.
I look and see it's not just me.
Jeff, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown. I quit.
So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're 1 and 1 for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense, but it makes.
Well, yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, you would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling's always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
I look and see it's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see it's not just me.
Security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're 1 and 1 for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're 1 and 1 for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Get wild! Yeah!
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah!
Damn it, God! Yeah!
SDL. 2 bad bitches, 1